Welcome back to the 5th International Students Science Forum in 2021. So in this morning, we did wrapped up section 1 on digital transformation in the new normal. And right now we're moving into section 2. Section 2, technology to connect the world. And before we dive into section 2, may I introduce our scientific council, Dr. Trần Vũ Hoàng, Deputy of Department of Fundamentals of Electronics Engineering, Faculty of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, Ho Chi Minh City University of Technology and Education. May I introduce Dr. Trần Thị Như Hoa, Lecturer of Faculty of Material Science and Technology, Vietnam National University, University of Science. And before we meet our authors with their articles today, may I ask our two scientific council to share their own their thoughts or their emotions before we actually listening to the articles that our talented deputies will bring us today. May I ask Dr. Trần Thị Như Hoa, can you share some of your thoughts right now?
Yes, hello everybody. Yes.
Good morning. Oh, I'm sorry. Good afternoon.
Yes. I feel happy to attend the International Student Science Forum today, and also want to become one of the maybe about the topic technology to connect the world. Impressed for me about today.
All right, thank you. And Dr. Trần Vũ Hoàng, how are you feeling today before entering the section?
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so I'm so very happy to be one of the scientific cultural member for the section this afternoon. And actually, before I joined this section, I will read on the the paper of on the authors here, and I think that's one of their research, and also the result are very. And so today I hope that all of them can have a good presentation. That's all for my
Thank you so much. And for our authors on section 2, we are very looking forward to listening to all of your articles today. Good luck, best of luck, and I do hope that we'll be amazed. And may I introduce the very first presentation for section 2, author Nguyễn Hoàng Bảo Việt, with the article of Vietnamese students in the era of digital transformation actively connect to the world. Bảo Việt, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Are you ready? You will have 5 minutes to present your presentation and 8-minute section Q&A section with our councils. You may start now. Best of luck.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, I can see your presentation.
Okay. Honorable judges and distinguished delegates, today I would like to present my paper in the topic Vietnamese students in the era of digital transformation actively connect to the world. And as you know, the world we live in is changing day by day in the context of the fourth industrial revolution and the rapid development of the information civilization. In that context, especially when the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has globally disrupted activities in the normal way, and higher education has been triggered a great transformation. Moreover, there is no doubt that students have to be prepared for a future in which they have to work in a fast-paced and digital environment. And to clarify the issue raised, my paper is divided into 3 parts. First, let's find out the current situation of the digital life of a Vietnamese student today, and all the data in this paper is extracted from the British Council Vietnam Young Generation Study in 2020. The internet is deeply intertwined in the daily life of Vietnamese people, and Vietnam is witnessing a rapid growth in the internet usage from 50% in 2016 to 60% in 2019. Moreover, the number of social media users has been doubled from 37% to 64% in 2019, and 35% of participants say social media play a role in shaping who they are today, and 43% of participants in the group of 19 to 24 years old say yes. And Vietnamese students use digital platforms for different purposes. First of all, they use as a virtual space to interact and connect. Like young people around the world, young Vietnamese love to connect online with their friends, their family, and other people through Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok. And it's the basis for forming offline relationships. The second of all is the market for goods and services. E-commerce is increasingly popular with young Vietnamese who play dual roles as consumer and sellers. Marketplace and delivery apps offer internet users, especially young Vietnamese, convenience and opportunity to earn a living. Moreover, e-wallets and banking apps provide easy payment methods for online transactions. And the next one is recruitment network. As a student, I usually go to internet, some website or the social network as trust sources of employment and study opportunities. And moreover, Facebook groups are often used to simplify the process of hunting jobs for young people. Next, internet as a trust source and learning platform. The majority of young people use social network and the internet as a reliable source of information, and younger generation also use online platforms to learn and develop new skills. For example, they can listen to audiobooks or read ebooks and find relevant lessons related to or outside the school curriculum. Additionally, due to the complicated evolution of the COVID-19 pandemic, all teaching and learning activities have shifted online as well as benefits. This has both disadvantages as well. And next is entertainment platform. Young Vietnamese, young students entertain themselves by watching movies, listening to music on platforms like YouTube, Spotify, and Netflix. But they may affect by some bad factors on social media. And moreover, I want to say about the activity of youth union in a new situation as the complicated development of the COVID-19 pandemic. So the youth organization has many changes to match the evolution of the epidemic. And in the past 2 years, youth union at all levels have actively and creatively moved their activities to online form, both ensuring the meaning of activities and ensuring community health. So from the above facts and personal observation, I propose some initiatives and solutions to help young people adapt to digital transformation era. In education, so I recognize the requirement of digital transformation in education in the future. So I have some solution as follow now. First of all, I think we should create a unified application in online learning because some institutions do not have a consensus on online learning platform. So it's make difficult for teacher and students to manage and study. So I think that the Ministry of Education and Training maybe should research and implement a unified online learning application throughout the country with youth for teaching and learning. Secondly, I think we should build a shared library on online platform or metaverse. Because we need to consider the option of building a shared library between higher education institutions to support students, because I, as a freshman, I find it difficult to find material for study online. On the other hand, creating favorable conditions for students in accessing knowledge. Next, I think Vietnam is doing my initiative. I think it's conducting research on implementing shared university because in the age of information civilization and digital transformation, learners must have knowledge sources in many fields, not focus on their own field selected at first, So universities should research whether students or the school can study some subjects or some modules online by posting video or lesson for self-study or taking tests and online certification. And this has been done by many universities in the world like Harvard, Oxford, through online learning platforms such as Coursera, edX. And finally, is it necessary to support students with online learning devices? In the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of students find it difficult to have a good application, and then we have to train students to adapt to digital life by teaching them a skill in using online learning and working tools, information security skill in cyberspace. Moreover, we must focus on supporting students in scientific research and startups in fields related to digital transformation. And in entertainment, besides learning, entertainment is the great demand for today's students. Youth organizations need to research to bring cultural factors to students, improve common culture among students, and on the other hand, focus on preserving traditional cultural features for students in the period of strong digital transformation. And the last one, connection to the world. So our country is in the trend of deep international integration, which requires each student to actively integrate as well. So as a youth member cadre, I think we can consider building a student social network, a place to connect national students and international friends. This will be a place to provide activities for students to practice and develop, exchange with students from all over the world, and have students connect with employers. And in conclusion, digital transformation is an objective trend that cannot be changed in the context of the increasingly developing world. Young people, especially students who receive a lot of knowledge, need to actively change, transform, and adapt to digital transformation. And in that process, beside the efforts of students themselves, it is necessary for institutions and youth organizations to create initiatives in proposing solutions to support students, contributing to improving the quality of students and human resource in the future. And as the freshman, I haven't had many chances to approach to scientific research. And by working and presenting this paper, this will be the basis and orientation for my further research in these university years. And that's it. Thank you for listening my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nguyễn Hoàng Bảo Việt, and congratulations on your presentation as the very first presenters on section 2. And you have a really good point. Being active is being involved, and being active means that you are actually putting yourself out there, and you're just kind of like signing up yourself to nourish yourself better, to become a better person. And being involved more is to become a part of the modern civilian in the modern world. And I would like to connect with our two councils. Dr. Trần Vũ Hoàng and Dr. Trần Thị Như Hoa will have Q&A sessions with you for the next 8 minutes. Please.
Okay, so could I have some few questions for Bảo Việt? First of all, I very good for your presentation. So I would like to ask you about your opinion. How do you feel about which kind of most important skills of the young people in the digital transform area? Which one is the most important skill that the young people need? Or maybe you can give some of your opinion about maybe some skills that you think the young people need in this area. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your question. So I think in the digital era, we as a student need to have some skills like how to use some apps, some applications, some platform. Like as my friends, they are in the rural area, so they don't know how to use Google Meet or Gmail. So first of all we have to educate them how to use these apps, and moreover we we need to know how to protect our personal information because a lot of bad people are taking our personal information, and this is very dangerous. And so I think that's all. These are two skills I think is very important in the digital era.
Okay, thank you for your answers. The second questions I would like to ask is right now you see that on of the people right now because of the COVID, right? So on people right now are teaching and learning online. So how do you feel about this kind of things? What is the disadvantage and advantage in your viewing board?
Can you give me some minutes? Okay.
Okay.
I honestly have very high hopes on this the second section. The technology does connect us, and the fact that families actually find their relatives because of the information being spread on Facebook, and some of the shows như chưa hề có cuộc, actually you guys may have heard of the show. Yeah, that is technology. Technology is bringing us together. Like my friend and I are like two ways on the end of the earth, but we can still be friends. We can still maintain our relationship thanks to technology. And the fact that you guys bringing into the discussion this topic is really intriguing, and I'm looking forward to hear more. So Bobby, are you ready to deliver your answers?
Okay, I'm ready, thank you. And thank you for your second question. In the context of COVID-19, we have to study online. So I think we have some advantage and disadvantage of online learning. First of all, I will talk about the advantage. I think the advantage of online learning is very easy to access because you can only in your house and you can access on the subject. You can interact with your teacher, and you don't have to pay money like car money to go to school. Second of all, when we learn online, we can have many sources to find knowledge, to find papers, to have more knowledge about the fields that we choose, and other knowledge. And about disadvantage of online learning, I think that the first one we have to talk about cheating when taking online tests, because we don't have enough sources to like to control, yes. And moreover, there are many people who very difficult to have a facility for online learning. So yeah, that's all. Thank you. I'm a little bit nervous.
Many thanks for your answers. Okay, so that's all for my questions.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Pauvic. And I have only one question for your presentation today. And you said many about the Vietnam student in the areas of digital transformation. And what is the digital transformation, and how many ways the digital transformation impacts on the class? But you said many about the student and something that creativity for support your people, but you don't say about the classroom. But can I ask you about how many ways digital transformation impacts on the classroom? How do you think about this?
Okay, can you give me some minutes? Yes, to prepare.
Yes,
Okay.
of course.
Bảo Vệ, keep in mind you only have 1 minute and less to prepare for your
Okay, thank you for your question. And I think digital transformation affect classroom like as a teacher, teacher can use PowerPoint for uh, uh, for their student, and it's very colorful and easy to observe. The second of all, like a student can a student a little bit nervous, sorry. A student can, yes, easily, as I said before, easily access to knowledge sources online. They don't have to go to the library and finding books. Yes, and in the way of taking tests, they don't need to learning by heart. They can making some paper, some review, so can evaluate right. Yes, that's it.
Yeah, yes. Thank you, Mr. Balvis. Yes, I have some small tip for you. In your presentation today, you need to give more reference on your slide. Example, something you give some information about the percent. You need to give some reference. Can you get some value from the website or some paper or international publication or something like that? Yeah.
Thank you for your tips. Yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
And Bảo Vệ, why are you exposing our secrets? We don't cheat when we're doing tests online. We call each other when we're doing tests online. Okay, we call each other on a different platform and we do the test on a different platform. So keep that to yourself. We don't want the teachers to know. Thank you very much. Okay, so congratulations on finishing your very first present for the session 2 today. You did an amazing job, and I'll see you a little bit late. And next, I would like to welcome author Doan Huỳnh Mai Anh with an article, Mesh Network, based on MQTT Broker for Smart Home and Yacht Factory.
Oh, yes, I'm here.
Yes, you will have 5 to 7 minutes to present, and following by the 8-minute section, Q&A sections with our councils. Are you ready?
Yes, I will sharing my slide of the PowerPoint. My name is Doan Huỳnh Mai Anh, and I am a senior of the University of Technology and Education. Today, I'm really appreciate to stay here and present my scientist papers, Mesh Network, based on MQTT Broker, and for smart home and IoT factory.
Mayan, can you turn on your camera, please?
Oh, I can turn it on because if I turn it on, I can see me in the screen. Miss?
I'm sorry, you can't see yourself in the screen?
Yes, because I think it's have a mistake in my laptop or anything else like that, because I have turned it already. But I turned it up because I can see me. I just can see the background.
Oh, okay, sure. Be comfortable continuing.
Thank you. And about this study, there's 3 main points. First of all, propose a protocol system that can collect, exchange, store, analyze, and display the data in a real-time users.
Sorry, it seems that you share the wrong screen, so we only can see the small slides. Or you can choose the resume the slides also okay.
Excuse me, that I have shown my slide already.
Yeah, but we only can see.
You just press F5, yeah.
Yeah.
To show your slides larger than F5, right? Do you know how to show? Yeah, yes.
Yes, I have done it.
But actually,
I will continue
only
that.
share the screen. Only share this kind of slide. It she not share on the screens, so we only can see this slides. Yeah.
Excuse me, sorry. That are you? Do you can see my slide?
When you choose share screen, you should choose share on of your desktop instead of just share the screen of your slides. Okay. Otherwise, we cannot see it move.
Is this okay, Miss?
Never mind, or maybe you don't need to make the full presentation. You also can use this kind of slide to make the presentation. That's okay.
So I will continue my slide.
Please turn off the full screen share. Turn off the full screen. And you just make a presentation with the slides.
But
you continue your presentation today. Is okay.
So thank you.
Yeah.
And the second thing, and then it can enhance the communications between users more stable and faster with the expensive hardware. Finally, it promotes an algorithm for the system to save energies. Go to the content. We have 4 parts. Part 1 with MQTT tracker and Smart Wheel. We also
Em tách share screen đi em, tách share screen, tách cái full screen đi, em điều khiển bằng cái màn hình nhỏ luôn được, không nó không có đi ha. Bấm vào resume slideshow. Okay.
And we also know that MQTT broker have 2 parts. This is server and client. And my SVL, and if we want to monitor our data, we have 3 ways for that case. For at first, is this app on phone. You can easy to see any app that in CS Play or App Store, or even though the Google Store. A web user interface, of course, and upload data to MySQL server. And next slide is about the instant about the web UI and like grab in MySQL. The reason why that I'm choose mesh network because the situation that I'm choose is smart home and factory. So following the finger is proved that I'm sorry that I have a little bit confused. It have proved that the Wi-Fi extender doesn't work well in display and make Wi-Fi will be more suitable. With all my own, I want my study will more efficient and it have to use less energy as much as it can. Use power save mode and let it sleep mode with LSTM algorithm. We collect the data from the client and train them in LSTM forecasting. I predict the filter data and then I can apply the power save mode in my modem. It gave me the positive side. You can see that is LSTM forecasting can get exactly about 99% what will be. In the future, finally, I can conclusion that this work mainly in implement the advantage of MQTT protocol in IoT applications, propose the machine learning algorithm for a mesh network to save the energies. The system has successfully performed the ability to provide the low bandwidth, low memory, and low power, which met all IoT requirements. In the futures, when 5Gs have popular in Vietnam, using 5G to improve the speed of data transmissions, I have tested 5G's model to test the speed between 4Gs and 5Gs, and the results show that the data transmits from the server to client are improved with the high speed. And this is the end of my paper. Thank you so much for your listening.
Councils, I hope the answers satisfy your standards for your questions.
Thank you for your presentations. So first of all, many thanks for your very interesting topic. Actually, in this topic, you would like to design use the mesh network for some smart home application, right?
Yes, I apply the mesh network.
Okay, so so first of all, I would like to ask about what is the benefits of this kind of design.
Use the mesh network. You can connect from the for low distance. If we have Wi-Fi standard, we have to change the network is go far.
So the first benefits is you say we can connect on the device in a short distance, right?
On for the long distance.
For the long distance, right?
Like we can go to the far distance. We don't need to change the other network.
Okay.
And we can enhance the speed on the mission data.
So so do you have any number to tell about how many times they can enhance about the speed?
I have already tested. It's on 10 nodes in the Met Wi-Fi, and it's worked well, better than the Wi-Fi standard, and go ahead to change the network.
I mean, how many times they can enhance compared to the traditional one?
I just level the distance.
Okay, you only estimate or evaluate the effect on the distance, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Only distance.
So how far? How far?
Like between 220 meter. 220 meter.
Okay. Okay. So thank you for your presentation. So I just give some suggestions for your paper. So maybe later on, you should do more experiment to result in order to prove all of your targets or your goals, so that people can easily understand that okay, your products can provide a very good improvement compared to the traditional methods. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you to Miss Mayan. I have a question for your presentation. First of all, about you present about the smart home, and which country on the world has the same interface smart home you show on the slide? Which country on the world? In the world? USA or England or which country?
No, we can use it in my country. Only connect other sensor like power sensor, sample reference sensor, with pay on the peg sensor. We can collect all the data that we can and we don't need to like example like another country like USA. We just using in my country.
Yes. And you mentioned in your presentation about the 5G, right?
Yes.
And do you know 5G come to Vietnam when and with the city, with the province they use the 5G now, and with the convenience when we use 5G?
Like I remember that 3 or 4 months ago, Viettel company have the first in Vietnam. They use the 5Gs, apply the 5G technologies. But in my project, I only use the speak not on the network. I just 5G in the pub, because 5G is not popular in Vietnam, so I only cannot do the network by 5G.
Oh, your projects yeah. And did you apply your project somewhere in Vietnam, or do you see some the same projects they apply in our country?
Right. Excuse me, Miss. Can you repeat the questions again, please?
Do you see some place they apply your project same your idea, your project, they apply the smart home in our country?
Right now,
This is the first teen project you see in our country, right?
I haven't seen like no project like. Actually, I only see company product. They apply IoT applications for platform, but Viettel already have the 5G.
Maybe in the future you need to, when you finish your research and your project, you need to compare some others like the 5G Viettel or mobile phones or Vinaphone like that, or some company they already done your work or not, and maybe you improve your work better than now. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our second presentation for today, today's second section. And may I welcome author Nguyễn Thanh Thúy and Lê Thị Thu Trà on our third articles for the section 2 today, Technology Connect to the World. Again, you will have 5 to 7 minutes to present your articles and 8 minutes for the Q&A session with our councils. Are you ready?
Thank you, Miss. Give me some 1 minute to show your PowerPoint.
Sure. Best of luck, and I'm looking forward to your presentation.
Yes, thank you. This is my screen, right? Hello, everyone.
Yes, we can see your slide.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our presentations, and I'm very happy because I can join International Student Science Forum in 2021. I'm very happy. I'm so nervous because I see my friends in the previous presentation is so good and has a lot of good knowledge for me and for my friends. And today I will give you present to you a topic that's related to technology connect the world. This is status and solutions in approaching global educations of Vietnamese students in university. Right. I give you a little bit information about my team. My name is Nguyễn Thanh Thúy, and my friends is Lê Thị Thu Trà, and we're 20 years old, and we come from Banking University, Ho Chi Minh City. And the majors is a business English, so I have a lot of interesting things to give you today. About content of presentations, we will give you 3 main points about this topic. The first, Vietnam status. In this part, we will show you you understand the IT imports to Vietnam, and especially in university. And second, this is advantage and disadvantage of applying IT technology in learning, and is something about your life. And the third, this solution and recommendations, and I will show you some solution to overcome limitations and promote advantage. And this part, my friend Thu Trà will show you. Now, let's move to the first part. This is Vietnam status. And I give you an interesting thing I read in Tuổi Trẻ newspaper. This is during the third conference of the Vietnam International Association, Hoàng Minh Cường, Director of General Department of Vietnam Telecommunications, our party, he informed that Vietnam is one of top 20 countries with the highest number of internet users. So, in the COVID-19 pandemic context, you know that the demand for using information technologies is extremely high, and you can see that. You see, Vietnamese inhabitants spend more time using social media, especially young people. They use lots of time to catch the trends of technology change, and especially they use social media. For example, Facebook, Instagram, or Messenger, Twitter, and lots of applications. So this is a big change for Vietnam to catch the trends of the technology change in the world. And especially, technology device in teaching has become very popular. And in COVID-19 pandemic, you can see a lot of schools, especially this is university, they change the way to learn. To teach and learn. Is it you go to school to learn, but it's turn to teaching and learning online by Google Meeting, Zoom Meeting, Microsoft Teams, or so on. So learning no longer depends too much on books or lessons, and you can learn from videos. You can learn from online video in YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, and technology device. So this is the first one, and next we will show you the advantage and disadvantage of technology. Now, first, I think this is the big things, important things of in this advantage. This is technology breaks the gap of distance. Why show this idea? Because students can communications, make friends, and study on different learning platforms. And in this conference, in this forum, you join this by Zoom meeting, right? And you come from another country, another province. You can join the meeting and share your thing, share your idea, and show the presentation. So you do this, bridge the gap of distance. And the second, I think you can accept large repositories. Well, why I saw that? Because when you write the paper to apply this informational story forum today, you must read a lot of time. This is written by English, so you can read this the research, the paper from Google Scholar, from Google Search, right? And this is a large repositories to help you. You can burn your mind. And the third, I think technology can support you to acquire knowledge. Why so that? Because in COVID-19, you must stay at home and you can't go to school. So you can join Google Meetings, the meeting, Microsoft Teams to learn with the teacher. And you can acquire knowledge very easy because the teachers from anywhere, but they can show their knowledge, their idea, and you can learn this by you join Google Meeting and Zoom meeting. Now about disadvantage, I will show you 3 main points of this part. The first is the network connection problems. As you know, if you have any problems with the connection, internet connections is so bad. For example, if I present this topic, but my connection is bad and I out of the meeting, or every other people in here will, oh my God, luckily. And yes, you can worry about, who is presenter next, and in this part interrupt, right? So the network connection is very important. So the second is the payment apps and websites. As I introduced, my major is business English, so I must learn English very much, and I must use many apps and websites to have my to improve my knowledge, English skills very much. So these apps, some apps it have good functions, but you must pay a massive money. You can use this function. So I think this is a disadvantage, a big disadvantage of a lot of students in Vietnam because for such as app as Cramly, or Quicklist. It have some good functions and pay money by dollar. And a lot of Vietnamese students, they don't have a Visa card. So it's very hard to pay this. And the third, and it is the last of this part, is the level of interaction. For example, when in this forum, I present to you my ideas, but you turn off camera. So I don't know anything about what are you doing now, right? So the teacher in online classroom, right, is the same situation. They don't know their student what they're doing, and they only take and they don't know student yes or no. They connect this knowledge the teacher teach them. So this is 3 disadvantages. And the next, my friend will show you the solution and recommendation to help you change this disadvantage. Now, Jack, please.
Thank you, Simply. I will continue with solution and recommendation. Yeah, in general, there are many reasons that cause limitation in application of IT. So I think that providing solutions to overcome limitation and promote advantages are essential. From the situation mentioned in the previous session, we are going to propose 3 groups of solutions to support students in employing technology in the current situation. Firstly, with university, we will focus on promoting IT application and teacher training. Secondly, with lecturers, they should be people who pioneer and motivate in applying IT in education. And finally, with students. They should absorb new knowledge proactively. Okay, let's start with our recommendation for university. Firstly, we think that invest universities should take the initiative in holding ID courses and encourage lecture to point, because the majority of teachers
Sorry,
can
you're running out of time.
actively approach.
Sorry, you are running out of time. We only allow a maximum of 7 minutes, so you need to wrap up your presentation as quick as possible.
And secondly, regarding self-study app and website, they are not free, such as Camlink, price or cost zero. It's advisable that university have support packages by cooperating with our external partner or owner apps for student incentive. And finally, I think that we should have I think that schools should support student like pay fee free for internet or offering free data stream to help them learn better. And with the lecture, I think that some applications are being applied in teaching, but they are not used with them. But they are only used with the most basic function. So the most important thing is in that lecture need to guide their students how to do e-learning tools such as Zoom meeting, Google Meeting, or Microsoft Teams respectively. And secondly, I think the key point in teaching online is how to make students really interested. Like teachers can design their lecture on slide lecture on Canva, or make more creation and stimulate the student excitement, or summarize or review knowledge by Kahoot or Quizlet instead of using traditional methods such as question and answer. And finally, our teacher need to become pioneer in the application of ID, like joining many seminar on teaching method and IT application, webinar, or of IT training, or free online IT courses. And the last one, students should absorb new knowledge proactively. Besides learning basic knowledge from university, I think students should also actively attend online courses like Cambly, Google Scholar, YouTube, or free courses at the top university around the world, like Harvard, MIT, and so on. And a student can participate in online events with a great opportunity that digital aid brings to help us connect to everyone from everywhere. As you can see the screen. And in conclusion, we hope that our recommendations will be useful. With the education purpose, we believe that technology can connect humans. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, and congratulations on finishing your presentation for today. And councils, do you have any questions for our authors?
Good. Thank you for your presentation. So I have one question. So as a teacher, I would like to hear the voice from the students about the online teaching. So as you mentioned in the disadvantage, you say sometimes teacher don't know what students are doing on, right? Okay. So do you have any suggestions for the teachers how they can do to attract the students, or maybe they can how they can know or how they can control the classroom?
Okay, thank you for the questions of Mr. Huang. Yes, I think this is a big problem of a lot of teachers, right? And this forum is a lot of participants. They can turn, they don't turn the camera. So I think in classroom, I think this should have a rules from teacher. If you in my school, a lot of teachers they use this the attendance score. If you don't turn a camera and you don't appear in this class, so this will you lost a point of this attendance. So I think it's a good solution for this part, and especially when teacher give I think this is plus course. You give questions and student must turn the camera, turn microphone, and answer the questions, and you will give this score for the student. So I think this is a second solution to have a teacher control the appearance of students. Right.
Okay, thank you. But sometimes even we turn on the camera. However, maybe student can use their laptop to do the other thing. So what could we do? How do you feel? Any suggestion from your side?
It's such a difficult situation for me. I think in the first lectures, in the first class, the teacher should have an introduction about how to use Zoom meeting, Google meeting, or turn camera, turn microphone. And I believe that it has some problems when have a problem with the laptop. For this previous friends, they have a problem with the laptop, can turn the camera, so we don't know anything about this. Yes, I believe that this is a bad condition, and we don't know the student do anything. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So that's all from my questions.
Yes, thank you, Miss Thanh Thúy and Thu Trà, right? And I have impressed for your presentation today because you have three parts about the status, about the event and this event, and also the solution to overcome some problem. But I have the question, how about the online test? For example, for final test, when you apply the techniques, online versions like this, can you give more some information? How do you know about the online test? Which way they control the student, which way you monitor the student, they give some material or not, like this?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I think that in this situation, I think it will be better if we develop a software we can control some activity on the screen of our student, so that they cannot turn on a new tab or call to a student to
Can you explain more detail about the technique they will use? How they can monitor the student? Because the student only use the one camera or two camera anyway. Because some students, they only have the laptop, only one camera, and how they can monitor the student?
I think from my experience, my teacher they use two camera, one camera from student laptop and one camera from smartphone to record whole the time student take the test, and so that I cannot do any task for my test. Yeah.
Yes, but I'm not sure about this methods, right? and another question, you give some more event and this events about something, but how about the older student? They learn, maybe they don't know about some internet and they don't know how to record the lecture or something like this. I mean, I mentioned about some student with not younger student, not student in the university, but some student they study like CEO or something. They have some 60 years old like this.
Yes, I can understand these questions. Yeah. I think with the other students not in university, right?
Yeah.
Yes. I think they have a lot of people they can't they low tech, right?
Yeah.
But,
low
but
tech.
right. I don't believe this because everyone you can learn. You can ability to learn a new thing. And as I answer the question of Mr. Huang, I say that in the first lesson, first class, you give an introduction or give the introduction on you teach them how to use this technology to service to serve their learning. Only their learning without many things. Only this, and when you repeat this way, how to turn on a meeting, turn on camera, turn on microphone, raise your hand. For example, they only repeat this function so they can use it. I believe that. But many functions, for example, set the background or set the filter is not important. So you don't take them. It's okay, all right.
Yes, thank you for your answer. Yeah, that's it.
And that is a wrap on your presentation for today. Thank you very much. And once again, congratulations. And may I welcome the next author in the next article, Dangerous Effects of TikTok on Children. This is going to be very interesting. Please welcome Vũ Mai Linh and Ma Anh Tú. Hi.
Hello, everybody.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can I share the screen?
Sure. This is your stage. This is your performance. Okay, so you will have 5 to 7 minutes to perform, to deliver your presentation, and following the 8-minute section questioning and with our counsels today. Are you ready?
Yes. Hello, everybody. My name is Mai Tu. Accompanying with me today is Linh Vũ. We are glad to talk about TikTok, one of the most famous social networks in the digital era. In this presentation, we will focus on dangerous effects on children, particularly on from 6 to 13 years old. And so, what is TikTok? TikTok is known as Douyin or vibrato, and is found and enhanced by the business ByteDance in September 2016. And TikTok has lots of functions like listening to music clips, shooting short films, adding graphic effects to recordings, and so on. So, what are the advantages as well as disadvantages of TikTok bring to us? TikTok equip us with satisfying personal needs, following influential people called TikTokers, updating new trends, and developing skills and creativity. Aside from the positive things that children learn through the digital world, they can access to detrimental things like which impacts on future conduct and citizenship. TikTok has an enormous influence, not only physical health, but also mental health development. Overusing social media leads children to become obese. According to a psychologist, Eric Graber, findings of this systematic review and meta-analysis indicate that internet use was positively associated with increased odds of being overweight and obese. For example, due to the COVID-19 outbreak, youngsters are being banned from participating in outdoor activities, and they have to acquire academic knowledge and have fun by utilizing social networks. TikTok in particular, as well as other social networking sites, have a key impact on encouraging young children to be sedentary. TikTok has a variety of non-standard contents that attributes children conduct to be unsuitable for their age. Children often emulate other people's conduct to express themselves outside of the home, as well as learn from adult models on social media platforms. Some youngsters even beat themselves to express their sentiments, record movies of themselves with content that utilize violent phrase according to the person they adore. That has shown that TikTok has grown into a phenomenon that is spreading a rapid and violent rate. And change on TikTok can impact children's psychological health. TikTok has lots of troubles and hazardous contents. For example, there are various chants in Vietnam, such as the rap group Nhà Làm song, which call Cypher Nhà Làm, and the American female hip hop artist Cardi B's song, as you know, with the song WAP, WAP, both of which contain obscene, filthy language, sexy, but this type of appeal to a wide range of individuals, including age from 6 to 13 years old, who mimic and memorize all they observe. And the relationship between children and their families, schools, and societies are all adversely affected. Youngsters addicted to TikTok display little desire to communicate with their parents, even avoiding and refusing to share. If they're not content with viewing TikTok, children are more likely to become angry, cry loudly, and stress with their families. Children's access to inappropriate contents is the result of parents' dearth of direction and supervision, which is the source of children's access to such stuff. And at school, youngsters often listen to or ask peers to emulate harmful challenges. Furthermore, the common occurrence of online bullying on social media platforms, such as TikTok, has a harmful impact on children's social interaction.
Okay, so we are, well, what all of that thing, we suggest a solution about this issue. For children from 6 to 11 years old, children start developing consciousness, thoughts, and attitude. So they could be at risk and have unpleasant habits and negative ideas if they meet this kind of content. Therefore, three main groupings of factors play a vital role in the advancement and growth of children are family, school, and society. The family is your child's first educational career, the closest setting in which he or her may grow and evolve in a healthy manner. So we recommend that parents should utilize with a healthy form for their children to learning online and enjoyment healthy. It is possible to create a lasting bond between family members by instilling habits in children as early as kindergarten, such as doing housework, reading stories and books, assisting parents with moderate course, and so on. So we can minimize their use of electronic device. Besides that, we provide some feasible solution for school to expand in instructional activities linked to usage of social media in general, TikTok in particular, like establishing a standard educational curriculum for primary school students, formulating rules for safe use of social media and distributing them in an easy to understand manner for children to absorb and apply. In order to educate their children to explore the digital world, schools must work closely with their parents. On social level, the most impressing issue is that the government must enforce the cybersecurity legislation more rigorously, integrating it into everyday life. Agency and department must notice, detect, and respond quickly to people who disseminate content that offends by traditional and custom and has a negative impact on society. Besides that, TikTok, that kind of platform, have to take the specific policy and application chances to reduce such harms, as well as give suggestions to parents and schools. Furthermore, maybe we can raise some community groups like this, so to raising our awareness about this problem. The most essential goal we desire to aim for is a healthy environment for children personality development by coordinating family, school, and society. the young generation, known as Gen Z, us, may provide a constructive voice to combat the detrimental impacts of TikTok on children by raising awareness of the damaging consequences of TikTok on children, taking decisive action, and disseminating information about how to utilize social media safely in the digital era. That's all what we want to share with you about this topic. Thank you for listening. This is our some references for the topic. So thank you again.
Thank you so much. And what an amazing performance. You guys just deliver your presentation with full confidence, and I love your energy. And may I reconnect with our councils? Do you have any questions for our authors today?
Okay. Thank you for your very interesting presentation. Actually not only TikTok for another kind of application, a social application. I also see that they have a lot of effect, especially on the student. In the children, because right now all of the people, especially for the parents, they are very busy, right? So sometimes they just give the children an iPad or iPhone, something like this. They can do everything by themselves, and they will. And I already know some case that affected by this kind of app. Maybe they will do some bad things. They also sometimes the situation become even not good. Like later on, they don't want to talk to any people. They just keep silent, something like this. A lot of effect. I know that. It's still only this TikTok. So I think this kind of research is very good. But I think I know that right now a lot of right now the government already provide a lot of tools, a lot of decision to prevent this kind of thing. However, maybe as you suggestion that you say that maybe the young people can give some of the voice to tell about the effect of TikTok or some similar app like this, right? Based on your suggestion, I listen to this, but it seems that currently I see actually I didn't use the TikTok before, but I see in the Facebook I see a lot of young guys follow to a lot of trend in the TikTok, right? And make a lot of short video, and following the trend, something like this. So could you give some more detailed suggestion about this kind of thing? How to change the mind of the young guys and make them recognize the best effect of the TikTok or some social application like this?
Okay, so this is an interesting question for us. I think the generation Z, us can need to have a conscience, persuasiveness to assess the social network, because somebody can be easily affected by wrong information, and they say that so this is the
Oh yes, okay. So thank you for your question. I think that it is an issue very popular right now when we can meet and we can approach this kind of content, but we can also see that a lot of good content in the internet right now, right? So the problem here is we have to awareness about the true community. You know, we choose the people we meet, so we have to choose the right people. So to avoid this kind, we as educators, we are students in Hanoi University of Education. As educator, we want to raise awareness in this conference like that. Besides that, we also think about the curriculum for, you know, like some content related to curriculum for parents, some suggestion we can note for them, so they can read and raising their awareness to avoid that for their children. You know, in reality, the thing we have to agree that a lot of Gen Z parents, you know, they meet that kind of content and they agree with that. It was such a dangerous thing, because the parent is still like that, so the children can be absorbed it very easily. So we have to impact to the parent first by the curriculum or activity, by raising the awareness of parents. I think like that. I also want to hear more about your idea or your suggestion about this topic. This what I want to do more about in the future.
Okay, so thank you for your answers. Actually, I'm also very interested on this field, because I see a lot of problems like one, even in my college or in the some of my relatives, but sometimes, you know, for the children in the at home, so for example, the parents quite busy, so sometimes they just find some way to make their children stay in somewhere and do what they want, something like this, and then they can handle their job or do something. But we can recognize this kind of problem.
Yes.
Right? We can recognize this kind of problem, and but they cannot. So at your suggestion, you say maybe we will have some curriculum, maybe some lecture, something like this before the parents have children, to tell you, right, to guide them how to teach their or spend time with their children or something like this, right? So I think really good advice. So maybe I hope that maybe in the future, all of the parents, especially for the young parents, can have the kind of training before they have children. Okay,
yes.
Thank you for your answers.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for two students. And also I also use the TikTok, and I saw some advance and disadvantage effects about my health or something like that. But I have two questions. First question is what are the TikTok safety feature? Do you know? Because I also know about the TikTok software, and I search some information about the TikTok, and I know the TikTok has some tool you can control when you give the children use this app. And
yes.
do you know something about the safety features of the TikTok software?
Oh, yes. Okay. We when we research about this TikTok, I know that it was built up you know, like a net to you know, the good content is more than the harmful content, but the harmful is more interesting. And so the TikTok had the policy, they had the policy to control that, but it was more and more the content, so it's hard to do by themselves. So so I in my topic, just in my opinion, that they also do their thing, like have the policy and suggestion for parents and school to do together, to do all the things to you know, protect our children for the bad content. Yes, the tool of them is you know, they have a report. They have the tool to report the harmful video or the harmful content. So by that, all the people who use TikTok can report the harmful content, so they can more and more good. But you know, it takes time and have to do together.
Some families think that when you bring money or some utensils for children, and that's all, and they think that it's a love between the parents and children, and no, it's not. Maybe it's affect the future, and they don't. I can
Yeah, maybe we can have 1 minute so we can just talk together to express our idea.
Yeah, it's okay.
Actually, I can see in the chat box, Satya Mishra, this is your favorite topic as well. Is that right? Can you share some of your thoughts on this topic? What is your perspective on TikTok doing harm to the kids?
Actually, when I heard the topic, dangerous effects of TikTok on children, this topic, like the title is even very intriguing. Nowadays, even back in India, I see my little nephews watching content which is not meant for them, because TikTok don't have filters, like adults have watched and then according to their algorithm, it will show adult content, and children's watching that content, it's not good. They are not getting good values. So when I saw this topic, that is, I was like, okay, this is my topic. I really, and the energy of the speaker was great. So yeah, that's all.
Okay, thank you. And are you guys ready?
Thank you for it. Okay, I want to express his idea about that. Is that he mentioned that the parents, maybe we just think parents, we live in a poor context, so now we are better, so we just give the device for children, that's all. No, but it's not. The truth is not like this, because the children need the most is the time, the truly time with their parents, with the activity with their parents. And we want to absorb the love of the parent, not just the device, not just the content on the internet. Give the parents more pay attention at your children. They will just pass away the device and play with their parents. So that's it's something that in education we always mention about the interact between people and people, human and human. Even the digital area will be more and more improved, but the human and creativity and the love will be the last long. I think like that is one we want to express in this topic.
Councils, are you guys satisfied with their answers?
Yes, but something I need to share with you guys, and then in your topic, you need to show some values, how the student affects on when they use, how many hours they use TikTok every day or something like this, and you need to support some more information. But I don't think it's you search some information from internet. Maybe you search from the paper better than, and also the people use the TikTok commonly by every day, but for the children, the parent needs to assign the minimum possible time for the TikTok using, I mean, this is my opinion. But not use mean the assign the minimum possible time for using. It's okay. Yeah. Thank you.
This is actually one of my favorite topics because I myself use TikTok a lot, and I do feel related to everything that you guys are discussing about. And it would be better if TikTok can have like like that kids section that did divided on YouTube, that would be so much better. So the parents can actually control what the content the kids are being exposed to, because that is a very crucial steps in order for them to redirect their children back on track right as soon as possible before they expose themselves further to some of the harm content on TikTok. So once again, congratulations on a very interesting topic. And I do hope that you go further and further with this topic. And thank you so much for being here today with us. We're honored to have you guys on. And for the last but not least, on our section 2, may I please welcome, I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, Pat Paupantit Montila. I'm terribly sorry. I should have checked this with you beforehand before we enter the section. With the article and technology to connect the world. Hi, can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi. What is your name?
My name is Ling on Paupanit Muntila.
Montila. Can I call you Montila?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, I can.
This is a very interesting topic as well. Technology does connect the world, and I'm looking forward to hear what you have to say. And you will have 5 to 7 minutes to share your presentation and 8-minute sections Q&A with our councils. Are you ready?
Yes, ready.
Best of luck.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Paupanit Muntila. I study at Ho Chi Minh City University of Law. First of all, I have to say thank you to the organizers, committees of the 5th International Science Forum in 2021 that made me stand at this point. And now I'll present my topic is technology to connect the world. Okay, let's start. Can you see this?
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Sorry. Sorry, everyone. Technology has changed dramatically every aspect of our daily life. Technology is the heart of human progress in the world of today. We can do many things with technology. It has become part of the puzzle of our lives. In every walk of our life, we are deeply influenced by the impacts of technology. Technology brings knowledge such as systems or processes to make human life easier, more convenient, and most improve our life to education, communication, and medical treatment. Technology, which has the potential to increase the rate and quality of people's life, has a plethora of advantages for social connection. People have more ways to communicate than ever before, and part of this new way for increased trading allow us to mingle more easily. The technology has changed a lot in the last 200 years. Before the 20th century, the word was not used much in the English language. Technology, first of all, technology help us about education. How technology help us about education? Technology is a powerful tool that improves, support, and transform education in many ways, such as Zoom, Salo, Google Classroom. Teachers' new information, project work, student activity, and so on. We can access massive volume of information at any time of day or night because to technology. E-learning and educational technology are becoming increasingly popular. Students can take classes online thanks to technology that allow them to post coursework and communicate with classmates and teachers via chat rooms and online forums. These 2 years when the COVID-19 outbreak spreading to school, when school closed for a long time, the cost is increasing and wasting opportunity to learn and develop themselves for millions of children and young people. Despite the outbreak of COVID-19 will not end and still cannot open the schools. Therefore, each country must find a way for teaching and learning to continue. Also in Ho Chi Minh City and my university. When the COVID-19 outbreak, online learning has become an alternative to the mainstream of teaching in many parts of the world. Therefore, each country has developed its own online teaching platform in different ways or to apply the exciting program. And here are the advantages of online learning and disadvantage. The advantage is we can choose the study according to our level of language and interest. We can go back and review it from to start. But online teaching platform is also has disadvantage, such as the first reason is students can easily be lazy when taking an online course, internet connection problems, relationship development, share direct experience with teachers and friends, students are more difficult. Also, besides, work from home is a lot more comfortable for lots of people. Working at home does not mean staying inside all day long. People can choose to work in their garden or backyard, wherever makes them feel confident to work. And second part is society. Society modern life has become easier, and the people of the world have to thanks to the immense of the internet technology to communication and information sharing. We can use internet to communicate with people around the world. We can also use the internet for the social connectivity, and there are lots of social media websites which mostly students use for social networking, such as Facebook, Salo, WeChat, WhatsApp, and so on, are the famous social networking sites. We can contact themselves with the following students and discuss them on difficult issues to enhance their skill and knowledge. All of this example me, I have studied in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam for 5 years. When I miss my family, I use Facebook to talk with my parents. Sometimes my parents send me the picture of my dog. And the third part is blockchain, bills, and shopping. Blockchain is a distributable, unchangeable ledger that makes recording, transcription, and managing assets in a corporate network much easier. Business runs on information. The sooner and more precious it is received, the better. Blockchain is excellent for delivering that information. Orders, payments, accounts, productions, and much more may all be tracked via a blockchain network. Probably the biggest change in the world we shop has been the growth in mobile shopping. Even just 10 or 15 years ago, smartphone technology simply wasn't good enough for this even be possible. But nowadays, not only it is possible, but people seem to love doing it. As a result, any e-commerce store looking to have success must make sure to have a mobile-friendly website. Mobile shopping allows we to place our order whenever we remember to do so. It is also a form of entertainment for some people in a similar way that going to the mall used to be. Social media has also helped mobile shopping become more popular. Both Facebook and Instagram allow companies to buy ads that display in people's new feed. All we need to do is click on the ad to be taken to the company site. For eateries that provide takeout and delivery, ordering food online is becoming the standard. Food delivering online is supposed to be a cost-effective and efficient way to meeting the demands of eateries. The system is also built for maximum performance, and recently customers will be able to go to the company's certain website and explore their menu, pick what they want, and place their purchase. Customers can also order a day ahead of time using the online ordering system, and the order will fulfill at the given time. Food delivery service have exploded in popularity, bringing a sale of benefit to the food business. We'll now look at some of the advantages of meal delivery service. Customer may follow their order using the GPS tracking system. And this advantage about food delivery is quality of food may suffer. Food delivery service are often late. Food may get cold. Not the same personal touch as in a restaurant. Person who delivers food may not be trustworthy. Food delivery may cost some money. Also about digital payments, shopping is simply another word for spending money. Paying for products online has become a lot easier and more safe thanks to services like PayPal. We can now pay each other more easier because to the internet. This is no deny that technology has altered how people communicate. Communication has had a significant influence on the social structure of our society at all levels. Technology advancements guarantee that communication is faster and that more individuals are connected. Individuals and society have been exposed to media's communication, which has had an impact on our everyday lives, notably on our culture and communication style. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, and congratulations on finishing your presentation as the last presentation for section 2 today. And may I connect with our councils? Do you have any questions for our authors?
Okay, maybe I have one short questions. So you already tell a lot of things about the advantage and disadvantage of the technologies in many fields. So just one question. So which one you prefer? You prefer a life with or without technologies? Just tell about your opinion, or maybe tell about your opinion in some field that you think you need or you don't need the technology.
Okay, thank you for question. Can you give me a minute for preparing the answer?
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know about you guys, but I feel like everything has two sides on its own, and that is how things work. And since technology is bringing us so many advantage, it also have some of the disadvantage, and we just have to balance it out on our own. In terms of our ethical scale, we have to balance out whether or not should we be using technology that much. Should we be letting technology take all over our world or not? So that really depends on each and every one of us. Allowing technology to invade so many parts of your life should not be a good thing to do. So I would like, let's just all take a step back and just feel the world, feel the presence around us, and be connected to the nature, to our family, because the internet is just something that's fake. It's not real. Your family, your friends, your relationship are real. So cherish that. Don't take that for granted. And I think that'll be a better way for you to be grounded and to cherish every single moment that you wake up in the morning. You can breathe, you can still feel air running through your lungs, and that is the biggest gratitude that I can have, that we should be having in our lives. Don't take everything for granted, even though technology is a big part of our lives. It's one of the things that keep us up and running, honestly, because we cannot live without the hospital being equipped with modern technologies, modern machines. I agree with that, but besides that, let's just disconnect as much as possible so we can reconnect with the real world. That is what stays the longest, and that is what nourishing your mental health the most. Do you agree, Dr. Trần Vũ Hoàng?
Yeah, thank you for your talk. Actually, yeah, I also agree that it depends on the people. It depends on some individual people, because I do know that some guys, some very famous guys, they don't use any technology. Do you know that? For example, a very famous MC. Do you know who? He never use phone. He never use internet.
I do know a person, but I just forgot the name. I can't remember the name.
Oh, okay. He very famous.
More clue, please. More clue. More clue. One more clue. Which country is he from?
In Vietnam. He Vietnamese. He Vietnamese, but he lives out of our countries.
Is he our age? Is he?
He. One more hint. He always tells some story about the ghost.
Some story about the what?
Ghost story. Ghost story. When you always listen his voice when he tells some story about the ghost.
He conducts Body by Night, right?
Yeah.
Body by Night.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, really? He does not use any social media platform?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I did not know that until now.
He never used. Yeah.
Really? That is amazing.
Yeah. So I just would like to tell that some guys they never use. And recently I also know some guy, some very successful guy. They tell me that after 7 o'clock they disconnect from the world. They disconnect everything. they don't want to connect to the phone, internet, something like this, and they spend their life with their family, something like this. Yes, they also do.
Well, that's how they become rich. I think we should do the same thing if we want to become rich. Okay, Miss, are you ready to deliver your answers?
Hello.
Montilla, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. For that question, is I prefer technology or not? On my opinion, is I prefer to have technology because technology make life easier. Technology can help bringing people together. Example, I come here to study in Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam, but the past time I in Laos. Technology make me can talk with my parents and message to my parents how my life going. And technology can I like because I can search information in Google or anything. Or sometimes I don't know how to cooking. I'm search in YouTube and I learn to cooking on that, and it's very nice. And I think technology had bad side too. If we use side, and in my answer is I prefer to have technology in my life. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your answers.
Yes, thank you, teacher.
And I have a question for you. You mentioned about the blockchain, right?
Yes.
And do you know the blockchain developed in Vietnam or not? Now, you can give some more examples about the blockchain in Vietnam.
Blockchain in Vietnam.
Blockchain. With either field, the blockchain, the applications, or something like this.
Something about blockchain I know is Bitcoin or digital money. And blockchain in Vietnam has the most interesting is logistic. Vietnam use blockchain. It make easier to send something to another country.
And what else?
So blockchain solution, supply chain, e-commerce, sharing, and education.
Uh-huh. And you mentioned about the online learning, right?
Yes.
And how do you you have some method about the course need to be practiced? How about the course need to be practiced? How they learn online? They learn via Zoom or Google Meet or something like this, or how they learn some course need to be practiced.
I'll repeat. Can you repeat the question, Carrie?
For the online learning, and how can the lecture? How can the you want to explain about the course in your university? First, the course need to be practiced, do exercise or something like that, and how can they explain for students? How can the teacher explain for students about the course needs to be practiced or do exercise or something like need to be the do you understand my question?
I to know the main cost. Can you explain cost?
The course assembly the chemistry, right? And
Yes.
how you dilute the solvent A to solvent B and something like that. And how can you explain for student the some in detail the phenomenon or something like this? Because you mentioned about the online learning, and I asked you about the course. How the teacher explain about the some course example the chemistry.
It seems that be a difficult question for her because she come from University of Law.
Yeah, but in Laos they also have some.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, that is okay. Yeah. Yes. Maybe finish my. Yeah, it's okay, Miss MC Hon Kim. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And that is a wrap on our session 2. And thank you so much. You did an amazing job. Congratulations on all the authors. And I do hope that I'll see you soon in the future, because I'm looking forward to each and every one of your articles. They're all amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have 15-minute breaks before we entering our final sections, as well as the third sections on the topics of human resources and application for digital transformation era. And I'll be back after 15 minutes. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We have a lot more to offer.
Sorry, the host can use access for my sessions to the events because I changed from my phone to a laptop because my phone is low battery.
I'm sorry, are you one of the authors that are going to present in the third section?
Not as a participant.
I'm sorry. Yes. We will be having 15-minute breaks, and you feel free to switch to any device that you feel comfortable using.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our section 3, which is our final sections of today's forum. Section 3, Human Resources and Application for Digital Transformation Era. And before we dive deeper into our sections of today, may I introduce to you our scientific councils? May I introduce Mr. Dr. Phang Bảo Yang, Vice Dean of Faculty of Public Relations Communication, Ho Chi Minh City University of Economics and Finance.
Hi, Hoàng Kim, can you hear me?
As I can hear you loud and clear.
Hello, Hoàng Kim. Okay, so hello everyone. So I'm very anxious for the last session of the, this conference, and yeah, I'm really, waiting for the presentation of you guys.
Mine as well. I'm really looking forward to every single articles that will be presented today. And may I introduce our second council for this section, Ms. Nguyen Thái Hà, Vice Dean of Faculty of Economics, Ho Chi Minh City University of Economics and Finance.
Hello, Ms. Kim, and hi everyone. Just like Dr. Bảo Yang, I'm very looking forward to have a very exciting discussion for the last session today.
Thank you. And I do hope that our authors, along with their articles, will bring joys and a surprise to all of us, to all of the attendees in the Zoom meetings today. And wait no longer, please, may us welcome the very first article of section 3 today. May I welcome Nguyễn Minh Trí and Nguyễn Hồng Huấn for the article Developing a Mobile Application in Assistance to Secondary Students in Sex Education. The name itself is really intriguing, and I'm really looking forward to it. Let's see what they bring us today.
Okay, here I am. Thank you. I am sharing my screen, so it will take a moment, please.
Sure. You guys will have 5 to 7 minutes to present your presentation, and you will then follow by an 8-minute Q&A sessions with the councils. Are you ready?
Yes.
Yes, the best of luck and good luck.
Okay. Can you see my presentation now?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Yes. Excellent. Good evening. I'm sorry, good afternoon to our council and the audience today. The theme is the dark, so I'm kind of a guy who's into the darkness, so sorry about that. Okay, it is my honor to be here today presenting our project on a mobile application for secondary students to learn more about sex education. My name is Nguyễn Hồng Huấn. I am the representative of our team from the Department of Psychology, Ho Chi Minh City University of Education. So we will dive into our presentation today. I will keep my presentation brief, and these are the agenda, which contains 5 main parts. So the first thing I want to talk about is the reason behind our project. In our literature review, we know that sex education is widely concerned in many countries in the world and has been integrated with technology to make it more accessible and digestible. However, to our knowledge, there is only one mobile app to deliver sex education to students from 3 to 5 of age in Vietnam, developed by the Institute of Researching Educational Sciences, aka IRES. Therefore, we aimed at another segment of users, which was the secondary students. And prior to this project, we conducted a survey on 320 students in 4 different cities and provinces. And the results show that almost half of them, 47.5%, strongly wanted to learn more about sex education generally. And more than half of them wanted sex education to be more accessible via mobile application. Therefore, we had enough reasons to develop our app. A little background, we approach the concept of sex education under these 5 following ideas. The first one was the basic knowledge of male and female anatomy. The second one was the natures of birth and fertilization. The third one was reproductive health. The last two, I'm sorry, how can we, okay, I'm going to keep it short. The last two was okay, here we go. The last two was skills, interpersonal skills and self-protection skills. And we built our app based on this concept for secondary students. So for our procedure, after we developed the app, we send it to 40 secondary students in Đồng Nai and Bình Dương provinces. And we consulted 5 specialists who were educational psychologists from our department to rate its applicability on its form and its content. So as the results, we have successfully created an app for secondary students to learn about sex education called SAS, stands for Students Always Smile. Our app has 3 sections, 3 interfaces. The first one is the library. The library, of course, is where students, our users, learn about sex education, and each level of the secondary education has its own content. For example, the 6th grade will learn about the 6th grade's information on sex education. The second interface, the second section is practice. This is where our students reinforce the knowledge that they have learned in the library by playing in a game. The user will take the role as a mushroom, and he will try to save his village and defeat the villain by answering the questions on his journey, as you can see in the map. The last section is support. This is where our users can access resources for free and professional help, such as the Child Protection Hotline 111. And we have prepared a short video for you to experience the app more vividly. It is only under 1 minute in length, so please enjoy. I have turned on the sound sharing function, so we are safe to watch it. Okay. Where is it? Yeah. This is the end of God. Okay, for the results. So as I have mentioned earlier, we sent our app to the students and specialists to rate on its content and its form. So that our result shows that the 4 means of our survey ranked as high in our Likert scale from 1 to 5. As you can see, 4.03, 3.88, and these are 4.19 and 4.212. These rank as high in our Likert scale, which means that our students are likely to use our app in the future. This is a very, very good news. I must say that our project is somewhat successful, and it is very, we are glad to hear that students are willing to use our app to learn more about sex education, which is absolutely necessary nowadays, okay? And so we are very glad to receive this result. So to wrap up, we are very pleased to say that we have created a mobile application to deliver sex education to students, secondary students, and it actually met the needs of our secondary students, our participants. Despite that, our sample was small, I must say, 320 students for 2 provinces was quite small, but still successful in some ways. And it was rated by our students and our specialists as possible, which means that it is very likely to be used in the future. And for the last information, we are trying to make it more accessible. We are trying to upload it onto CH Play. In the near future, maybe this will come to our students more easily. I must say that the future of our app is very, very promising. Thank you for listening. And we are open to the Q&A right now. As a little note, I would like to receive all the questions as one because I'm only the representative. I need to consult with my associates so we can deliver our answers in the most convenient way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on finishing your presentation in the most excellent way I've ever seen. And this is a very distinguished gentleman. Do you agree with me, Dr. Bao Yang? This is a very distinguished gentleman. He come up to us as a very direct approach with a very sensitive topic, I must say, because sex is something we all think about. Sex is what we all have, but it is the most least talked about topic. But he approached it in the most direct way, and he hit right on the age of secondary school students, which is a very young age of how they start to develop their health, the system, body system. And can you send me the link of the app, because I might download it right now? So send me the app when the app is launched on Google app or on Apple Store. I'll happily download the app and I'll spread it to all of my friends and all of my families and friends.
But
So
Hoàng Kim, you're not at the age of the research. That's for the secondary students. Is that you?
Okay, I'm sorry. But I would totally be happy to spread out the information that we actually have an app to educate us on the topic that is so crucial, because sex is something we all have. We all eventually will have. So thank you so much. And now we'll be opening for our Q&A sessions with our councils, please.
Okay, maybe Miss Taiha, do you want to say something first or later?
I think you can take your turn first.
Okay. Thanks so much for Hung and the teams for the very, how can I say, very down-to-earth research with the, the sexual aspect topic. Is always sensitive to talk about the sex. But, you have to understand why you are put in the final presentation among like hundreds researcher, in this conference. So congratulations with your final presentation. And because I think I really interested with your topic, with your research. So I put 4 questions to you guys. With the first question, I saw the result, not the result, but I saw some figures in your research. You talk about the response, about like more than 60 response want to access the application of the sex education. So did you figure out why the reason? It's not so big amount. I think at least like 80% is more valuable than just around like 60%. And my second question is that why you put the app only in the Android, not iOS? Because more and more we use for, because the secondary school, they use a lot with the tablet from the Apple. So why don't you put in iOS? So my third question, because I'm working in the marketing and also the branding, so I'm really impressed with the slogan you put to the students, always smile. And may you say something, can you explain something about the connection between your products, about the sex education and also the students always smile? Does it make sense with that kind of, slogan? And my last question, my number 4 question is that, because I saw in the product, you have a live support that you take from the information from the third party, like the children center or something like that. But you think that they can cause some risk? For example, you pick a call onto that center. There's no one to to answer the call. So do you think that you can arrange a bot to advise when any a student in the secondary they take, so that you can make a very dependent with your application and with your project? So that's my questions to you guys.
Okay. Can you repeat the last question, please?
Okay. The number 4, because I saw some third party, for example, the children take care of the children organization, something like that. They belong to the government. As you know, that usually when we call to that kind of organization, no one responds, or less. Rarely we have the answer. So do you think that you can arrange, you should arrange an advisory board of your project to reduce that kind of risk? You get my ideas?
I understand.
Okay, thanks, guys. And Ms. Taya, do you think that you can continue to ask them, or they answer and then your turn to ask them?
I think we better let them prepare for the answer, because I think that's a big question. Because I also have some other questions. So I think one by one will be better. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So please give me 1 to 2 minutes to discuss with my associate.
Okay, please.
We can't deny the fact that we cannot tame a gazelle running. We can only guide the gazelle running in the right directions. For example, it reminds me of the tradition of Japanese people. They teach their children to protect their own body at a really young age, even the first few years after they entering their first grade.
Mm-hmm.
I suddenly forgot the word.
That's so soon, huh? That's so soon.
Yeah.
That's so early for the Japanese.
Yes, probably not about the sex yet, but they help their children to understand the importance of their own body. Mm-hmm. What are the touchable parts and what should not be touched on their body, and follow that by sex education. And I feel like sex is something that you will eventually have. So it is better to talk about it as frequent as possible, and it's better to talk about that with your own families, with your own friends, with your teachers, your friends, in the most comfortable environment as possible, without any judgment. That would be the best thing to protect us from TSR, sexually transmitted disease, from all the disease that might come in contact, even if we don't have enough knowledge about the sex. Even if I feel like the more you tame a young person, the more the person try to figure it out about the sex in the wrong way. So why let's just not open up the conversation with an open mind and just talk about sex as something that is really like the need to drink water, to eat, to love, to help and to be helped, and to love and to be loved. That would be the best way to approach sex. And this is the 21st century. We need to change our perspective on most of the things that we feel like need to pay more attention to help young generations to make the world a better place. Do you agree?
Yeah. Certainly, that's the age that we always curious about our body, ourselves. So the more information that you can be educated, the less curious that you have.
Yeah.
And I think the delegates, they are ready for the answer.
Are
right?
You ready?
Yes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Phan Bảo Giang, for your thoughtful, very detailed questions. I will answer them one by one. The first question about the reason why our participant would like to learn more about sex education via mobile app, the figures, the result of our survey. With my associate, they think that we are yet to understand the reason behind this, and we would not like to give very vague, ambiguous answers, because we think that your question is a very thoughtful suggestion that we might take into our mind when we conducted a survey later in the future. Thank you for your idea. That was very valuable. The second question is that why the techie guy said that the technology resources of our team was quite restricted at the moment, so we were only able to put it on Android, and we would like to put it on iOS later in the future.
Okay. That's the plan. That's your plan, right?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Okay.
Good luck. Question. I would like to cut to the fourth question. So because they are linked together, and we do think that we should have an advisory board that that was on the hotline 24/7 for students to call for consulting, and we would like to apply that function in the second version of our app, which would cost our students some fee. Right now, our project was still free, so we have yet to have any money for our any specialists.
Okay.
And a third question about our slogan. My techie guy, he believed that once our students learn about sex education, they learn more about their bodies. Okay, as you have discussed with Ms. Han Kim, we learn more about our bodies and we understand more about our bodies. That is why we are happy. We are satisfied. We are content with our body because we know we have the knowledge. We are not afraid anymore. And that is the reason why our students smile. That is the inspiration behind our slogan. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for your answer, Huân and the team. And now, Cô Thái Hà, please.
All right. Very interesting topic, I think, and very also very interesting app for the students. So I want to continue what we are discussing between you and Dr. Phan Bảo Giang, because as you and also Ms. Han Kim, because we're discussing about like we try to discover our body, and that which is something very strange, especially for Vietnamese students, for young boys and girls. However, because you think like because I think if we know how to discover our body in the right way, then it's very good. However, if you just try to get the curiosity from the students, and I think if and then they know about their body and they want to know more about their body, and then they try to get some other ways, not in your app. They try to get from the Google, from internet, from other sources, and and somehow they might have some kind of negative result, like they going to get on some kind of bad websites, and the actions that not really I mean like not really good for their at their age. Yeah. So that's why. And then after that, their parents might think that all is because of your app. They don't need to know like your app is very good just to have their children to discover their body in positive way. But the things like they will think like, okay, I don't need my children to know anything about their body. I don't want them to discover without me. Okay, so how will you solve that problem? Okay. If you don't
I
understand,
understand.
Yeah.
I just think this is a very, very insightful question. Thank you for your question. Are there any other questions? Just one.
I think that is the last question.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, because you. Oh, sorry. I mean, I have another question. If you want to get it right now, or you want to ask my question, the other first, and then I'll give it to you later.
I would like to receive all the questions as one, please. I need to do my co-author.
Okay, all right. So another question is that because your target user is secondary students, and I know that at that age, usually the students are not allowed to use the mobile phone. Right now, because of the COVID pandemic, so they might use the phone or the laptop by themselves to study online. But if you will do all some of the marketing activities, yeah.
Because it seems that you have some problem with the connection, right? Did you get all the idea?
Okay.
Oh, really? Sorry,
yeah, the
sorry.
previous sentence, there's some problem with the connection. Again.
I'll just try to shorten it. Okay, so I just think like because the end user are the secondary students, so how can you do some kind of marketing activities in order to reach your target user?
Marketing.
Because yes, because I think like of course they might use the mobile phone right now for the online learning. However, they are not really the one that that possess the phone or the owner of the phone. So how can you convince them to download and to use your app? Yeah, and that's it.
Second question.
Right?
2 questions.
Yes, 2.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. A minute or 2, please. A minute or 2.
Honestly, I think because this is such a hot topic, it makes your Wi-Fi connection not stable, unstable, because this is too much of a topic. First of all, it's about sex education. Second of all, your question is so hot that makes your Wi-Fi connection unstable. So.
Really? Wow. So how do you think, Ms. Kim?
I feel like this is a well-spent Sunday for all of us, since I get to know more about technology. I get to know more about the world that I'm living in. Then I am more aware of the problems that are around us. There are always problems that need to be solved. There are always puzzles that need to be solved. And our young generations are the key, or the next in line to take over the world. And I'm so thrilled and I'm so happy to see all of us here today gathering in just one meeting, even though we're in social distancing from all around the world, from all around Vietnam. We're still here today. We're still sharing our different points of view, and our counselors are sharing their only points of view to help our authors to make their articles more complete. And I'm so happy that our generations are taking steps into making the world a better place. And I do hope that this forum is going to inspire more and more young generations. And we'll continue to have the 6th, the 7th to eternal of the International Students Scientific Forum. Because this is really an eye-opening day for me, honestly. First of all, I was so impressed by the 4 keynote speakers in the morning, from the very top professors and from all over the world, and continue by all the authors that are my age, that they have the confidence to conduct a research, not to mention that they have the confidence to bring it up to this International Students Forum to present to all of you guys right here. And that is such a step, that is a leap for our young generations that I'm so happy to see.
Okay, Miss Taiha, I read the story in the TikTok of Hoàng Kim and can see the reaction of her, from the join with the, in the morning conference. She has so many reactions, you know, in TikTok.
So you just finished one video on TikTok already for this international forum?
No, I post a story on Facebook and Instagram.
Facebook, sorry, Facebook.
Facebook. I don't post it on TikTok. I want to get banned on TikTok.
But with the previous session, we also have a Richard talked about the TikTok, right? That's really interesting.
That is my field. That is my space. So nobody can get to my space on TikTok.
So how many followers right now in your channel?
I am only
200,000.
No, way more than that. I have 73.4 thousands with 1.6 million likes. And I'm still growing. I haven't produced any videos in the last 3 days because I was so procrastinating. I love to procrastinate.
But you will never get my followers.
Excuse me? Excuse me? So I believe that.
Okay.
He's back.
Welcome.
Yeah, he's back.
We just try you to make sure, you know, not that boring for the audience. To wait for you guys.
Thank you for for keeping the show going. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Miss. I have very, very insightful questions. I must say, because I believe that we didn't even think about this when we were creating the app. So I would like to answer in my knowledge. So the first question is, what would we do to prevent the risk that some parents associate our app with the bad behaviors of their children? And we believe that we should give them a warning after they have downloaded the app. It would be a warning before they use it. And we would like to ask from the students who use the app their parents' number, so we can send a text to their parents that, okay, your child is using the app and you are responsible for your children, and we are responsible that our app is within the acceptable content that we have been rated by our educational psychologists. So we are responsible for our content, but you are responsible for your children's behaviors. Those are two different things. And we would like to implement that insight into our second version of the app. And the second question about marketing. Because our second version would cost some fee, therefore the person who purchases the app might be their parents. So we have like two marketing ideas for both parents and the students. The parents can learn about our app via some workshop by some educational psychologists who are the experts, so they are more reliable sources. For the parents, they can learn that, okay, there is an app that teaches sex education in a safe way for their children. And for the students, we just a quite vague plan. We are yet to have anything specific, so it's just some ideas. We intend to get some KOLs to help spread the app to the students, because they, at this age, they learn a lot about everything in the internet, especially via the KOLs, the celebrities, the popular people. And we would like to have some students who have used the app to help spread the word, and they would get some interest back, like some interest. And we also, the last idea is we also want to like stand in front of their school case and hand out the posters to help them access our app, to raise their awareness. So that is all I know. That's all we can say. Thank you for your insights once again.
Thank you so much for your answer, and I just want to say sorry because I'm a lecturer in the economic field. So I always look at something to see if it has any profitability. So that's why I want to know you will successful. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Very, very practical thought. Thank you.
I don't think you need to apologize because he seems like he's ready for every single question you guys have for him. You guys can come with any question. He won't back down. He won't afraid of any of your questions. Okay, thank you and congratulations on finishing your presentations. And now please welcome our second authors, Bùi Nguyễn, Thùy Như, and Đoàn Thị Ngọc. I'm so very sorry if I pronounce your name wrong. With the article Application of Machine Learning and Technical Analysis in Price Trending Forecast in Vietnam Stock Market.
Yes. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
You'll be having 5 to 7 minutes to deliver your presentation and followed by an 8-minute session with your counsels. Okay. Best of luck.
Can you see the slides?
Yes, we can.
I see. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thùy Như and my partner is Ngọc Yu. So, and we come from University of Economics and Law. I think you have been through a long day, so I will get right into our presentation. Yes, the topic we'll talk about today is application of machine learning and technical analysis in price trending forecast in Vietnam stock market. Yes, and the presentation has 4 parts. So I will start with part 1, introduction. The stock market in particular attract investors because its high profitability, but at the same time, it also contains a lot of risk, especially for new investors. In order to help them study and to predict the movement of stock by using technical analysis indicators and the machine learning random forest classifier. And we hope that our model can provide investors with a machine learning analysis tool for investment decisions. Yes, and for the part two, I will talk about the data collection. In this research, I have collected data including open price, high price, low price, and trade volume from representative econ of the top 30 stocks listed on the Ho Chi Minh Stock Exchange and Hanoi Stock Exchange. Because stocks were strictly selected in accordance with regulations, so as well as based on the type of stock that are currently trading on the markets with the highest liquidity. So it also were eliminated with stock. And moreover, stock also have a long history of market price fluctuation and a large market capitalization. There are 4 main types of technical analysis. You see, trend indicators, momentum indicator, volume indicators, volatility indicators, and we also choose build very sensitive technical analysis indicator for each group to ensure that the balance and the objectivity among the indicator type. Yes.
Yes, I will continue with our research process. Of course, the first thing we have to do is pre-processing, clean up the data, and fill some missing values. And then we decided to choose classification in machine learning. And after that, we use clustering methods too. And then for each cluster, we build a separate random forest model. And we will split the data into 2 parts: is transit from 2005 to 2018, and test set from the beginnings of 2019 to October 2021.
And for the result, we have random forest classifier accuracy report, and I'm sorry. And overall, we can clearly see that the model has an accuracy at 65%. We do know that this score is not really high, but investors still can make some decisions based on the percentage increase of a stock. Among the 60 stocks that we have calculated, some stocks are forecasted at pretty high rate, about 70 to 80%. And investor can base on their personal standards to make an investment. And after all, we still have to make some changes in our research. So that will lead to the final part is solution. For our model, we have to emphasize that we are forecasting the short-term movement of stock based on technical analytics, and we also not only price forecasting, our models also show the ins and outs of Vietnam stock market. And in general, we see that the model works pretty well, but there's still some mixing point that needed to improve. And in long run, we expected to expand in size of the data set, continually updating data throughout recent years. And we also have to improve algorithms and maybe use different methods to catch the exact result. And the final is we do believe that our model, our idea in the future can be constructed to be applied towards on computer or mobile phones in order to help investor not only in stock, but also other assets. And well, that is the end of our presentation. Thank you so much for listening. It's our pleasure to be here today.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on finishing your presentation for today. This is as well as a very interesting topic, since I don't know anything about stock market, but I feel amazed and I feel intrigued by the way you express your article. And congratulations. And may I connect with our councils? Do you guys have any questions for our author today?
Okay, Ms. Taha, you want to say first?
Yes, thank you. So when I read your project, the written version, and also when I listened to your presentation, I think this is a very big project because it is not easy to understand about the stock market, and it even more difficult to make money out of the stock market. And you are proposing the tool to have people to be able to successfully assess, understand, and make some money from the stock market based on the forecasting technique and using some kind of machine learning. Is it correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. So can I ask you, because to be honest, I'm not in the financial field either. So that's why I just have some kind of I just think if I'm the investor, so how can I trust in your app? Because you just show us kind of about some of the characteristics on the wholesale, like the Ho Chi Minh City stock market, right? And you take the example from the biggest or the 30 companies on that market, on that stock market. But you haven't shown us how you build up your model, and also how you develop your apps, right? Because I'm not sure if you two are the developers of the app or of this model, and if I am the investor, how can I use your models to make money? And so if that happens, then everyone can make money from the stock market. Is that a real thing? Okay. Yeah.
Yes,
I
thank you
think
for
that,
your
yeah.
questions. May I have 2 minutes to discuss
Sure,
with my teammate?
sure.
Frank,
Yeah,
Please.
take your time. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You know, Dr. Bảo Giang, I really love money, you know. So that's why I'm very interested in this kind of topic. But yeah, actually that is a very big project. And because I see from some of my colleagues, they have trade on the stock market. They open the laptop screen and then they show me like, I just lost my money. Hey, I just got some money. Oh, I lost all of my money. And then the red, the purple, and then the green thing. Oh my God, I don't know.
Definitely that, you know, the guys who, you know, who invest in the stock market, the heartbeat is based on the, you know, the color change of the stock market, green to red, red to green. But I myself not interested in, you know, earning the money from this kind of activity. So I have no idea about this one. But, you know, I have some questions to the researcher for their model. I think that is really interesting, and that is really practical topic to have a researcher to talk about. Hoàng Kim, I think you can earn the stock market, the money from the stock market, instead of the audience from the accounts on Facebook or in the Instagram or the TikTok.
Honestly, anywhere I can earn the money, just contact me. Call me ASAP. Anywhere I can get the money. I don't care. Anywhere, just anywhere I can get the money, just call me. Give me a call, email me, whatever. Just give me a call.
For a show, right?
Yes. Anywhere that I can get the money, anywhere that I can be richer, a few $1,000,000 richer, just call me. Give me a call. I'm always available.
Long time ago, I think like 15 years ago, when I start my company with the event industry. So there's a lot of stock security company. They ask for the services to have a lot of kind of events for the stock market. So for example, some new stock they launch in the market and they have some ceremony. They earn a lot of money, and we also earn a lot of money from their activity, from their events. But now I think they because the markets, they have more knowledge. So it's not good that like some years ago. Okay, they are back.
Yes.
Yes, I will answer your questions, Ms. Tai questions about you have asked about our app and how we build our models. To be honest, we just our idea just haven't built a app yet. So we just like we're not a developer student, so we just build on a platform like we're using Python to build our models to calculate and you have asked about how you get money from our model. Yes, so like our models is forecasting short-term movement of stock so that an investor can base on our result, our detailed result to make decisions to what stocks they want to invest. And our model just not a platform, but it's just the first step. It's just a result, a table result, so that we maybe in the future we can develop our model. Yes, and you have asked that how to trust our models. Our model is suitable for new investor and suitable for short-term forecasting and according to my personal experience, forecasting app or software in the market don't usually improve frequently. They set a fixed level of each stock, and beyond that fixed level, they forecast is to increase. Yeah. So, but about our models, we have built a system that have a flexibility about using technical analytics indicators, and we can updating data more frequently. Yeah, and the final things I want to say is that Pino, can you continue with that?
Okay, I will contribute. Okay, so for the question why the customers just my should my research, I will say that in the COVID-19 pandemic, so some people want to increase their passive income, so they should stop a lot. So and they just follow a, and I get that some of they don't have any knowledge about finance. I get that some people like that. So they just follow follow some people, some celeb like my country, you know. Yes. So it may be quite difficult for just the celeb, because it may be it's easy to interfere and manipulate. And so why didn't choose me? And I use the data set from repeated econ, so it's very reliable. And we build them. We just have the new investor to improve the idea, because we just help them make the decision. Just yes, this is my answer.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, thank you for your answers. And as I just want to state this again, this is a big project because it's not easy, and because I know in some of the stock market some of the stock company, you know, they have the whole developer and developing teams, and then they also have some of the advisory teams that they and then they will give the advice to the customers, even for long or short term investment. And because you mentioned about some kind of new investors, so I just think like if I am a new investor, and then if I am assisted by a company with very good brand name and a professional team, then I will feel safer than using some kind of a new model developed by just kind of like unknown authors or things like that. So I'm just saying that this is not it doesn't work or things like that. I just say like you have a very big thing, but things like if you want to implement in reality, then it might take you a lot of effort and a lot of more time to develop your model and to convince other people to use your. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Thai. I have no question, but I just have two recommendations for you. Two suggestions for the next research of you guys. The first one, that you have to find out the history of the research, to find out the necessity of the research, because I think this is a very big issue, the really big topic, as Ms. Thai have talked about. So I believe that there's a lot of research ever done before. So I think you should show the history of the research. That's the first one, to find out your significance of your research. And the second, because this related to the technical things. So I think if you have some collaboration with some guys from, technology university, so I think it's more reliable and it more persuasive for your research. For the next, try to enhance, try to improve the collaboration with the other guys in the technology field. So thanks for your presentation.
Yes, thank you for your advice so much.
Yes, we acknowledge your recommendations, and maybe after this we have to build again our models. And thank you so much for your suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks to beautiful ladies.
All right, guys. Congratulations. Yeah.
That is a wrap on your presentations for today. Thank you so much, and I do hope to see you in your next research. All right, let's moving on to our third article of today. Welcome Nguyễn Mai Phương with an article protecting personal information of consumers in e-commerce under EU regulations. Lessons for Vietnam.
Hello all. Can I share my screen now?
Sure, you can share your screen now.
Thank you.
You have 5 to 7 minutes to deliver your presentation, followed by an 8-minute Q&A sessions with our council. So are you ready?
I'm ready.
Best of luck.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Okay, so I'm going to start my presentation now. Greeting the Council Organization Committee and all the delegates. My name is Nguyễn Mai Phương, a senior student from Ho Chi Minh City University of Law, and I'm glad to present the article about protecting personal information of consumer in e-commerce under EU regulations and lessons for Vietnam. And for my presentation, I'm going to talk about the consumer rights to personal information under the GDPR, which is the EU regulations, and also about the remedy liabilities of the authority. And then I will point out some lessons for Vietnam. So there are 8 rights of the consumer regarding to their personal information under the GDPR. The first right is the right to be informed. Is established on the basis of transparency so that each individual will be aware of how to access their personal information and understand their statutory rights and know how to exercise their right. And the above information must be presented transparently in clear and simple language and be easy to locate and understand. The second right is the right to access, will allow consumer to have the right to request an e-commerce enterprise to confirm whether any personal information related to consumer is being processed by the enterprise. If so, then the consumer has the right to send a subject access request to the business to request access to the information specifically listed in paragraph 1 of Article 30 of the GDPR. The third right is the right to rectification is closely related to the accuracy principle. So the consumer will have the right to rectify to reveal whether the personal information relating to them is accurate. And in this way, consumers are helped to prevent misinformation practice that spread false information. The fourth right is the right to be forgotten. So this is the first time that EU refers to the rights in documents about the data protection. And personally, for myself, I absolutely love this right from the GDPR, because a consumer who decides to erasure of his or her personal information has the right to ask an e-commerce enterprise to do so without undue delay. The references right allows consumer to request that such engines remove web addresses, also known as links from the result display when the search is performed using their name. The next right is the right to restriction of processing. So the e-commerce business still processes personal information, but only for the purposes agreed upon by the consumer. About the right to data portability, EU personal data legislation mention this right for the first time, like the right to be forgotten, and consumer will have the right to request that their personal information be transferred to another business entity without any hindrance from the e-commerce enterprise that previously provided with their information. The next one will be the right to object. So basically, the consumer will have the right to reject the processing of their personal information, and e-commerce enterprises will bear the burden of proof that their acts have higher legal effect than the consumer's basic rights or to protect their rights in legal suit. The final one is about the automatic individual decision making, including profiling. So Article 22, Clause 1 of the GDPR specify a general prohibition of solely automatic decision making. Therefore, automatic individual decision making, including profiling, will help ensure consumers have basic freedom, improve a sense of responsibility before e-commerce business process their data. And about the remedy, liability, and penalty. So in the case of violation by e-commerce enterprises, consumer may apply administrative or judicial remedy or apply these measures in parallel or independently, and those responsible for remedying violation, including supervisory bodies and national courts. And an e-commerce enterprise may be exempt from liability in part or in whole if it proves that it is not at fault for the event that caused the damage. And for the lesson for Vietnam, so currently the legal system in Vietnam provides basic protection for personal information in many fields. Despite this, the regulation is not very effective and have some issues. That's why I have some suggestion for our legislation. So firstly, Vietnam should formalize the concept of personal information in all relevant legal documents uniformly and fully. So in this aspect, Vietnam can learn from the GDPR regulation on how to define the personal data. And the second suggestion is to increase the level of administrative sanctions. So Vietnam should raise the maximum fine for violation of personal information up to 800 million for violation of regulation on data subject rights related to personal data processing. Because according to GDPR, in the case of enterprises with business activities, the fines no longer specify in terms of the amount. Instead, it is based on the revenue from that business activity at 2% for less serious violation and 4% for more serious violations. Also, under Vietnamese legislation, criminal penalties, fines or imprisonment should be applied in particular for the illegal act of buying and selling personal information. I'm sorry, I'm a bit nervous. And for the final suggestion, I think that Vietnam should establish a specialized agency to protect personal information. So this agency will have the independent and full decision-making power, and it will be able to monitor, investigate, detect, and penalize violations, as well as educate individuals about their rights and responsibilities in protecting their personal information. And also, the agency will have the authority to investigate the complaint and to apply measures to prevent and sanction the e-commerce enterprise that violated the law. So that is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening, and now is the time for questions. Thank you.
You seem so ready to take all the questions that the councils have for you. So I will make you wait no longer. May I connect with our councils? Do you have any questions for our amazing author?
Okay, thanks, Mai Phương, for your research. And Mai Phương, I think this is absolutely necessary to, to protect the consumer, to the customer, while we are going more and more with the e-commerce platform. So I think we don't need to prove the really importance anymore. But I really want to hear from you guys about the solution. You try to prove a fact. You try to prove a truth. So I only have one question for you. So what is the biggest obstacle that the Vietnamese government had to face when they try to develop or they try to apply the GDPR? What is the obstacle?
Thank you for your question. So I will answer it first. So basically for my research, I think that the biggest problem for us is that our situation is not like suitable with the situation in the EU, because actually we have already have some regulations stated about what is the personal information of consumer, but in separate legal documents, and the way we regulated it kind of narrow, because we force the information to be like identifiable. Like we have to make sure that that information led to exactly a living person. However, with the EU regulation, they are in a very flexible way, and they allow the EU members to have their own legislation that fit to their own circumstances. So I think that is the biggest problems of us.
Okay, my Phương, can you back with the slide recommendation, your research?
Yeah.
The recommendation slide.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait for me. For example, can you make it more detailed with the recommendation? Because here the lesson is just very, very general. So how can we apply those kind of recommendation, the lessons? For example, with the last one, establish a specialized agency to protect the personal information. Can you make it more detailed with this suggestion?
Yes. Because that when I research, I can see that the Ministry of Public Security has a legal document to take the opinions from the citizen about the protecting of personal information, and in that they have already stated about a specialized agency to protect the consumer personal information. However, I mean that they just stated about that agency, but they did not include any further information like what is their right and how can they help the consumer to protect their personal information. However, with the GDPR, they have they spend a chapter with a lot of provisions to state it about the authority organization to protect the consumer. So that's the reason why I'm including this suggestion in the lesson for Vietnam, because I want the Ministry of Public Security to state clearly about the authority, the purpose and the authority of that organization, more like what the GDPR did.
Yeah. Okay, because that I really want the research need to focus on to apply the major into the research, to give the recommendation, to give the contribution. Because if we just make it general, so at the end of the day, how can we get the lessons to apply in the reality life? So anyway, thanks for your really interesting research, and I wish in the future you can make it more detailed with your major.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mai Phương.
I think
today Miss Thái Hà has a very bad connection of the internet, huh? So many times that you have the problem.
Okay, sorry. So sorry about that. I don't know. I stay at my home with only one laptop, but I don't know what happened with the internet. All right. So I think to be honest, when I read your written project, I just think she had a very nice research technique, because you have a lot of referencing and you have a lot something.
Again and again and again and again. She has some problem again.
So is it okay now?
It's okay.
I'm so
So
sorry.
shame.
Oh my God. No, it's not shame. Because I'm not an internet engineer, okay? So it's not a shame. All right. So is everything normal now?
Okay.
All right, thank you, Dr. Jiang. So, okay, just restate my statement that my comments that when I read your written research, I really have the high, I have very high consideration for the projects because you have very good technique, the research technique with all the citation and preference. However, when I have a look at that again, then I feel like it is just something very in general, to be honest, because I know that you're very concerned about information stolen in e-commerce, which is a very hot topic actually. Because for me, I'm not an online shopper as well, because I'm not. You see, like I rarely order something from Shopee or Lazada. I just want to go straight to the shopping mall because I don't want my information to be there, especially for my credit card. So that's why I don't really in the e-commerce field. But the things like when when I read again that your project, then I feel like it is just some kind of like the beginning, because that is very general. You suggest a lot for the government or for the state, but that is just some kind of suggestion, and you didn't show them like how to do it. And the very important thing in the paper or in the research is like we should be clear for our some kind of like, because you recommend for the government, so somehow you should give them some kind of vision or some kind of idea like how they can change or how they can implement what is the value that your paper bring to them, not just some kind of suggestion. But when I listen to your presentation, I feel like you really spend time on researching about the EU GDPR. You have a certain knowledge about this kind of topic, and I think if in the next in the future or in the next project, you might think again, like put everything in detail. Just like Dr. Dan asked you for one of your suggestions to the government, like how can they do that instead of like just just what do they have to do? And so if we have time, then I want to ask you just a question, like how you because in one day, I may receive a couple of calls for advertising, and I don't know where did they get my information. But here we talk about the e-commerce. But because your paper haven't it haven't mentioned anything about e-commerce, like information stored from e-commerce. So I just wondering, like. Okay, sorry about that. So I just wondering, like, how can I identify which information got stolen from the e-commerce instead of from other sources? And that's it. Yeah, that's my question.
Thank you for your comments and also your questions. So I will answer now to save time for another groups. So basically, any kinds of information that you provided for the e-commerce business will be considered as your personal information, and then the business, the e-commerce business, they will have like the duty to protect it, because I'm talking with the GDPR regulation. So basically under the GDPR regulation, the e-commerce enterprise, they own the duty to protect all of your personal information. However, they also have the right to exploit your information too for some purposes, like the request from the from the organization or for the national securities. So if one day you receive a lot of spam calls from some kinds of person or organization that you don't know, so in that case, the e-commerce enterprise, they are violated their duty because they're not protecting your own personal information. Yeah, and for the EU citizen, they can they can have a lawsuit in the national court, or they come to a specific authority like the Data Protection Authority, DBA, or European Data Protection Supervisor. That's for the GDPR. But for Vietnam, I don't think that we have any kinds of like way to protect the consumer, because like we have a mindset that if we have a lawsuit against the e-commerce enterprise, it's just like useless because they are like a big companies, and then they will have a very professional lawyers to protect them. So we like tend to keep silent about our problem. Yeah. That's my.
Thank you. Yeah.
And is her question satisfy our councils? Ms. Tai Ha, are you satisfied with her answers?
Yeah, I think she did a very good job.
All right, thank you so much for asking her such particular questions, which bring colors and liveliness to her presentation. And I'm sure that will be a very good experience and more points of view on your presentation. I do hope to see you more on different projects and different researchers. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's an honor to have all of you here today. And now moving on to our fourth article for our section 3. Please welcome Satya Misram. So sorry again if I pronounced your name wrong. With an article, Automated Car Using Artificial Intelligence.
Okay, so can you guys see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen. Nice green background, by the way.
Thank you. Okay, so just a moment. Here we go. So I will be talking about automated car using AI. And thank you, International Student Science Forum 2021, for giving me this platform to present my research topic. And thank you all the jury of Judges Council for going through my research paper. Okay, so here we go. So I am Satyam Kusum Mishra. I'm studying informatics and computer engineering in Vietnam National University International School. So I'll be covering my research, my presentation in 5 topics: research objective, methodology, result evaluations, conclusions, and the last session question answer. So first, let's see what I have done here. So this is the IS-Bot, the mini robot or the automated car we have designed, which will stop after watching something, some obstacles. So this is first view, and then we go further. Okay. So why we chose this topic? I mean, in recent years, researchers, mechanical engineers, software engineers have developed wide range of automatic and mechanical techniques. Recent studies in scientific research and business have developed and verified deep learning systems, IoT systems, and smart contract-based system like blockchain, our delegates also mentioned previously. So specifically, Elon Musk has also really devoted his efforts into this field and came up with an amazing model of automated electric car, Tesla. We all know about that. Google is also doing a great job in this respective field. So all giant techs have devoted their time, money, and efforts in automation. So I also got interested when one of my professor at university introduced me that Satyam, we have this topic, we are going to do automated cars using this AI. What do you think? So first I thought about doing it with Raspberry Pi, but later our professor introduced us to one NVIDIA technology, Jetson Nano. So using that Jetson Nano, we made this IS-Bot, this robot. So IS-Bot, Jetson Nano and IS-Bot are 2 recent, strong and valid infrastructures that allow the execution of diverse deep learning based trials and collection of useful, meaningful data concerning real world objects and fields. So why I mean, there are already Tesla and Google making these kind of cars. Why this our JetBot or our ISBot is much better? So first thing, as mentioned on the screen, it is low cost compared with past similar mechanical systems which were developed previously. The system is extremely agile and easily identifies and learns obstacles, which I will further discuss in slides. The ISBot kit is a minimal product, so it includes a feature that allows users to arbitrarily expand and change functions and mechanical settings according to their needs. So the research objective went into 5 phases. First, we have designed it from the scratch, like what materials we're gonna need, what color will be much better. Then skeleton, how we will be collecting the data, what kind of deep learning algorithm we are going to use. We did experiments, trials, we failed, and then we succeeded by learning lessons of failures. We supervised, we tested it, and then we still, like recently also, right now also, we are working on it. So in this research, we have worked on 2 goals, which is automatically going to a location by following a path from path A to path B, B to C, C to D, vice versa, and avoiding objects after deep learning. So I will not, okay, so here is our research methodology. So let's talk about our hardware and software that we have utilized in making this ISBot. So I mentioned we were about to use Raspberry Pi, but we used Jetson Nano, which is latest technology by NVIDIA. So Jetson Nano runs on a specific operating system, Linux. Everyone must have heard about that who have a little bit knowledge of technology. So, and also the program development kit environment is a Jetpack software development kit, SDK. This SDK already contains operating system, general library, API interface files, developer tools. So we didn't have to do too much. But if we chose Raspberry Pi, we have to spend too much time in configuring it. But since we chose this, so we didn't have to focus on that much. So about how we did the software phase in 4 parts. First, we had to choose a neural network. So for neural network, we chose AlexNet model, which already exists in Torch Vision package. We changed the last layer. It has actually 7 layers. We modified last 2 layers to get 2 data inputs into new layer, which will be non-trained. That is our own contribution. So we selected and utilized a sigmoid function, which will be typically used as an activation function for neural networks in the academic field. So for object detection phases, we utilized the you only look once algorithm, and we utilized a tiny version of a second version of YOLO algorithm to utilize 5 anchor box based method, which I will mention in upcoming slides also. For practical deduction and judging component, we use the ONNX format, Open Neural Network Exchange format, which was researched and developed. Also, it's worldwide known by Microsoft and Facebook as well. And for deep learning, we applied a data set concerning a situation where the ISBot can go forward and change directions. And after that, when we have started collecting the data, which I will also show in the upcoming slide, it will train it properly. So a fun fact, our ISBot runs on sensor and motors, but Tesla and the Google, when we mention about that, they have sensors in their cars, tires, and other places as well. So just a moment. So this is the overview of our deep learning based progress. So what we have done here, for deep learning, we have used AlexNet model, as I have mentioned. So for what it does, I have collected a lot of data of pictures where it goes forward, it blocks. So I have collected 2 data picture set for moving forward and blocking. We execute the data, it make a learning based model, and then once again, it goes into the ONNX format, which is like practical judging and deduction, breaks into that, it does deduction, and finally we get a result A, B, and C. In the second figure, you can see how we have predicted the width and height of box, like where to stop when we take the picture data set. So for that, what we have done to identify bounding box candidates, there will be 5 predicting values as well as 20 classes of existence to be directed in this case. So grid size of input data related to tiny YOLO version 2 is basically 13 by 13. And also the number of anchor box previously found standard will be 5. And for using the tiny YOLO 2 version, the specific predicted values are output assuming 5 anchor box per each grid. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And when the number of all concerning network outputs will be calculated as 13 into 13 into 5 into 5 plus 20, because there are total 20 classes of existence probabilities. So moving on. So here we have you only look once architecture. First, it takes one picture data set, it blocks it for in max pool layer, in convolutional layer, it breaks it again. So consequently, and so on, it keeps on moving it until it finally, after breaking it into the cube and get the particular object that it has to detect. Okay, so one more video, like it's we actually made a live city model to test our IS bot. So finally, it's following the road which we made in this model. So let's not waste too much time and move further. Okay, so let me tell you more about what are the recent updates we made. So recently, like last month, we have utilized Google's speech to text API and added speech to action and text response to our IS bot. Object recognition display we are working on this week, and future upgrade that we are planning on is flying taxi model upgradation, add wings to it. But since we are adding wings, we must have a traffic plan. Like everyone is thinking of flying taxi, but no one knows how they are going to be regulated. They will be being regulated by airports, or what will be the traffic control plan. So our aim is to do that as well. So what were our evaluations? In our evaluations, in 90%, there was no problem while training, easy to analyze colors, obstacles. Every operation was smooth. It was completing every basic moment. It was able to track the given path, complete road following. These were our main objectives, which were successfully completed. The 10% fault, the error that we were having was because of bad camera quality and lack of budget. Because in universities, we don't get that much of budget. And as a student, it's tough. And also lack of sensors. So ISBot was not able to detect obstacles fast enough in the initial version, but later we upgraded it and it was working 90% efficiently. So the benefits: during COVID time, safe traveling and transfer of COVID patients will be easy because everyone is nowadays considered about their hygiene to not fetch the virus. And second thing, 90% reduction in traffic deaths. If they can automatically recognize what is in front of us, they will stop automatically because of sensor. 60% drop in harmful emissions because it is electric. 10% improve in fuel economy. 40% reduction in travel time. To wrap things up, we have developed and verified fundamental phases of the IS bot. And deep learning based car-based system, we have done everything successfully. So in the future, we plan to run a wholly internet connected, scientifically integrated car safe system in real city traffic and add more practical functions. So that's all. And in the end, I want you to just watch this video. Just a moment, let me share the, okay. In this research project, we have attempted to develop a deep learning based self-driving car system to avoid accidents, collisions, and give output as path following and image recognition. Why? Because an automated car can reduce 90% traffic deaths, can promote safe traveling during COVID time, and transfer of COVID patients will be even much easier. We prepared a city simulation model with the stationary materials to test and train our jetbot in there, which can give it similar environment as on road experience. So we can train it for path following, image recognition, and collision avoidance in the city model. We programmed all the system codes on online platform Google Collaboratory, and we used a Jupyter based platform. We used Python programming language to program it. We used some libraries such as PyTorch, TorchVision, OpenCV2, and NumPy. For neural network, for deep learning, we used an AlexNet model. For object detection phase, we utilized the you only look once algorithm. For object detection, for practical deduction and judging component, we used Open Neural Network Exchange format, that is ONNX. For training for deep learning, as you can see on the screen also, we apply two picture datasets. A dataset concerning the situation which jetbot can go forward, means it's free to move. A dataset concerning the situation which jetbot should change direction, that is the block picture dataset. For its security, we use NVIDIA Jetson Linux driver package L40, so it is secured as it utilizes warm boot vector. using public key cryptography stored in write once, read multiple fuse devices. So as you can even see on screen, when it faces a black stripe, it just changes its direction from over there. So this was our second last training of this model, and we were just testing it. So after this testing, we went in public to just test it like on uneven surfaces, because we tested it on smooth surface. So we wanted to test it on different versatile surfaces and feed the neural network different kind of image data. So what we did, we took feed our neural network data different kind of images so that it can be versatile. Whatever block it sees, it just adapts to it. So according to our research, it will also drop 60% harmful emissions, 10% improvement in fuel economy, and 40% reduction in travel time. In the end, we will say our research was successful and we are adding further more upgrades to it. Thank you for listening. Okay, that's all for my presentation, and I'm really open for question and answer sessions. Please, professors.
Well, apparently all of our authors are ready for any of the questions that the council may have. And I'll make you wait no longer, please, councils.
Okay. I have to say that Miss Taiha, this guy wait for his presentation for a long time. He was so proactive. He was so active in the previous section. He typed, he chat, and he give a lot of interaction. That's a really, really good communication. I have to say that. But how can I call your name? Satyam Mishra?
Yeah. Sorry? Yes, Satyam.
Satyam. Okay. So are you from India, Satyam?
Yes, Professor, I'm from India.
So I'm just thinking why you choose Vietnam for your study.
Actually, it's a long story. I was a monk before coming here. So Vietnam was an opportunity to leave India, because Indian parents are like all Asian parents are so conservative. And India is like 2 flights, 2 hours away from Vietnam. So I was like, Mom, I'm going there, we'll be back in 2 hours. So that was the only reason I got to come from India.
Oh,
yes, please continue.
Because you have a research on the automatic, and I think India is much better than Vietnam with that kind of research, that kind of nature, right?
I do agree with you.
Yeah. So I myself to era, but actually your research absolutely belongs to the previous one. That's the technology for the new word, for example. I don't know why. So now we are talking about the application of your research, So do you imagine the process, how to make it true with your research? That's my first question, how to make it true. And with my second, that will you try with the Shark Tank or any kind of activity to raise the fund for your project, to make it, to put in a reality? So I have 2 questions for you with really application. It's not, nothing related to the technicians things.
Okay, so we started this project in September 2020. My professor gave me the idea, Satyam, you have to build an automatic car using AI. So I went on the internet like everyone. I looked up some Raspberry, because I was more into cybersecurity, not into AI. So I looked up and I got more interested. So I gave professor some choices. These are the options which we can implement. Then he said, what do you think will be the best? So I gave him 3 options. So he made me choose NVIDIA Jetson, because it had already everything. So I just had to customize it according to my needs, and I get to put my value to the research. That is what matters. So in October, I formed a team, but what happened, they broke out. But then also I kept on working it. I got the soldering instruments and started to build and everything. And then when hardware was working properly, then I looked up for some code which were already given, then modified it according to my needs, because our specs was not that heavy. So I had to do the all work. So it took like November, December, and January to implement it finally. In January last week, we have done these videos you have seen. These are from January last week. And about Shark Tank and these things, I have got offer from, I have got an offer from FPT software. we went there in FPT Software Park, showed this. So one of the partner of FPT Software, I don't know, my Vietnamese friend knew about it. They offered that, can you come over here? Can you do some internship with us? But since I'm already doing an internship with Google Developers Friend Club, so I had to say, okay, let me finish this one, then I'll join that. So yeah, of course I have opportunities to do that, but I am thinking of when I'll be done with flying taxi model, then I'll be upgrading it. And also, when I was watching other delegates project, then I was also thinking why I am watching these things, because my project doesn't belong in this category. But maybe because organizer called me, they asked me if I'm free. This morning I was having a hackathon session. So maybe this is the reason they put me in this time slot.
Okay, I have to say that this is such an outstanding research, both for the content and also for the the format of the research. And may I give the the big thanks to you yourself and also your supervisor for a really outstanding research with this one. Thanks for your presentation.
I'm grateful, Professor.
Miss Tai Ha, please.
Please, Professor.
Okay. Hi. And actually, I have the same feeling with Dr. Actually, I have the same feeling with Dr. Bao Yang, because actually, this session is not for something like about some kind of like a creator, right? It's more about implementation. So, however, just thanks to that kind of like mistake or something, but because we are here and we witness some kind of some kind of work from the student from India, which can open our mind about some new technology. And yes, I think I don't have, because I don't really in that field, so I don't have any question for your project. I just want to say that that is very outstanding, and of course I just want to add something for your presentation or your project, that because Dr. Yang asked you like, why do you choose Vietnam to study, and then I feel like, oh, I really admire the Indian people for the information technology industry. And I just think like, if the Indian students can come here and then they can share, and then we can exchange the good things between the Vietnamese students and also for the Indian students. So that is the best, and that would be the best choice, right? Or the best scenario. And who knows, maybe Satyam here can have his own business here, because actually this the Vietnamese market is still like of a lot of things like this. We have a lot of business people just like me. We have a lot of economists. We have a lot of engineer with a kind of like a certain like some kind, we call like a desk engineer. But we need someone like him. I think so. We really need more people like our friend here. Especially when he's always with also with his supervisor or professor from India. So I wish to have that kind of relationship with the students and the professor all over the world, so we can exchange a lot of things. Maybe to be honest, maybe you can learn some kind of business from us. Like how can you market your products after you build, or how can you approach to some kind of local business here? But yeah, we also can learn from you guys a lot. So that is just my thinking. All right, thanks so much for your presentation.
So no question to him?
No. I don't want to. I don't want to ask a question that I don't clearly understand. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm so grateful for your compliments, Professor. And yes, you can add me on Facebook. Maybe future we can, I can learn how to start my startup. I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. All right.
And also, Miss Tai Ha can be your mentor, because she's the new expert in economic. She's the vice dean of the economic department in my university. Wow. Yeah. So maybe we can talk later with the project, with a really big project.
Oh, for sure, Professor, for sure.
Okay. Thanks for your contribution for today.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you and congratulations on finishing your presentations for today. We are honored to have you here with us on our third sections, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks, Miss Kim. You're really doing a great job.
Thank you so much. I'm flattered. Okay, I'll keep you waiting no longer. Well, please welcome Nguyễn Thế Bình and Hồ Huỳnh Gia Bảo with our very last article for today, Your Checking System in COVID-19 Pandemic Situation. Thế Bình and Gia Bảo, are you there? Can you hear me?
Maybe they have to wait for a long time, so they go to take some food.
Maybe, yeah, we've been here a long time. Thế Bình and Hồ Huỳnh Gia Bảo, are you there? Can you guys hear me? Maybe the pressure of being the last authors kind of scares them a little bit. Just wait for them a little bit to gather their confidence in order for us to listen to what they have to share for this firm. I must say, we've nearly come to an end of this firm, and we start this meeting around 8 in the morning, and you guys keep me interested through each and every topics that you guys bring to the forum. And I'm so thrilled, so flattered to be here today, to be a part of this amazing forum of 2021. And I do hope I get the chance to be with you guys again in 2022. And hopefully it will be in the big room, then we can exchange hugs, kisses, and actually applause for each and every one of you, because you did an amazing job of being a very active and young generations of this world, because we are the next in line. You see the problems and you are working on solving the problem, and that is what we need more out there. We need more young generation with enthusiastic and with brilliant ideas and outstanding projects like this one. And we need more councils like all of you guys joining here with us today. And I really hope that the world can be a better place for our next generations. Do you agree? Ms. Thái Hà, what are your thoughts on today's section? What are your thoughts on today's sections before we actually come to an end?
Actually, I think every single presentation come from the students or come from other people. Always have something for me to learn from, and I always take the chance to be in be in any of the forum of the talk show or of the presentation or context, because I think that we all deliver some kind of value that other people might think that they need them. So for this afternoon session, I really admire the students, because to be honest, if we go back in time when we were at your age, I don't think that I can do like you. So I can see a very bright future for the generation. Yeah,
absolutely. You know that, like me and Miss Thái Hà, we had to read a lot of research. We had to read a lot of papers, not only the 5 finals presentation for today, but also, more than 30 papers. And we're really happy, we're really glad to see how good the new students are. And also, that's like for the previous presentation for today, you really confident and you try to show up your passion with your major. And also my student, the MC Hoàng Kim, she really confident and she's so talented for today. I'm so happy. And I have to say that I have to send the big thanks to the organizer for, to offer the very good opportunity for the students, around the world to share the passion, to share the research like this occasion. So hopefully this can organize more and more in the future.
Honestly, I thought that today my Sunday would be a very long day, but turns out it's just a blink of an eye, because I got into your presentation too much, because there are too much information that I need to process. it's the evening outside. I can't even see the sun anymore, and I don't even notice the sun's gone down. And I do hope that we all get the chance to see each other in the forum in 2022. And furthermore, I hope that we can continue to exchange our knowledge or technology, and hopefully we can be meeting face to face, so we can actually giving each other all the love that we deserve. And unfortunately, the very last authors with their articles cannot present it today. That is such a shame, because I would love to hear what they have to share for us a forum. So we will have a 15-minute break for you guys to breathe a little bit, relax a little bit before we actually come back to the most important part, which is to see which articles is the best in each category. So I'll see you in 15 minutes.
So what should we do right now, Miss Taiha?
I think we should discuss a little bit. Yeah.
I have no idea.
Judge, so that's why I have never want to become a judge.
So the organizer, let us hear.
Actually, I'm still here. We can start conversations. If you want, I'm here to keep you guys entertained all day.
You're like a ghost.
Yeah. I can never leave you guys here alone, torturing or contestant. No, I can't do that.
But Hoàng Kim, what should we do right now? Me and Thái Hà choose the best presentation for our session. Or?
Yes, our committees will contact you shortly to escort you to another private room to do so. And patiently wait.
Okay.
Yeah. Private room, not here. Actually, me and Thái Hà compromised the results already. Thái Hà, please pick the private message on Zalo, please.
And our committee has already sent you guys a private message. Can you check your phone again so we can actually discuss
the phone?
Somewhere else? Yes.
The phone?
Oh, wow.
During that time, we shall have a 15 minutes break. And I do hope that we all tune into the very last seconds of the forum. And I do hope to see each and every one of you at the very last seconds of our beautiful Sunday we spent together. Stay tuned.
Okay, I got the message to come to the secret room.
Where did you get a message from?
Yes, the message, the normal message.
The normal message. No,
I sent you to Zalo. I sent you.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
So see you then, guy. Wait for the results.
Kind of like
I have to
kind
leave
of like
now.
a secret link, and I feel like, what are we going to do in the secret link?
Our committee has already sent you the link.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Yeah.
Do you guys get the link to the room? Ready? Miss Taiha, your internet connection is really unstable today, Miss Taiha. You should get the FPT agency to replace the entire Wi-Fi connection at your house. That should be the first thing you should do by the morning. So, Miss Taiha, even though that you join our forum,
thank you for your notice.
Ms. Taiha and Dr. Bao Yang, even though if you join our session at the very end, at the very last session of our forum today, what are your thoughts, initial thoughts on our authors today, and what are your thoughts on the entire forum in general? Dr. Bao Yang?
Lady first, please.
You first, okay, Ms. Taiha.
Okay. Actually, I wanted to join earlier because I want to listen to all of the sessions. But this morning I have another competition. Actually, my students have another competitions. So that's why when they just finished that competition, then I joined to the room immediately. And when I joined the room, I can see a lot of people already in the room with very kind of like very serious attitude, because I think that they put a lot of effort in the presentation. So I was like, oh, what are they doing? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's funny. But the thing is, like, nobody cared. They just focus on the presentation. And I wish that I could join earlier, just to have to see all of the presentation today, because I believe that you guys delivered a really nice presentations for the whole 3 sessions. Okay, yeah.
And Dr. Bao Yang, what are your standards when choosing for the best presentations? What are the factors that affects you choosing a best presentation? It's getting
we
late.
Had to, you see that?
No.
Yeah. So look, we had to give a big hand to Hoàng Kim for her, long day working from the morning to until now. So far you can see that she has a mistake in the pronunciation, a very basic pronunciation. But you have a big effort, Kim Ha. To me, for the best presentation, certainly he or she, the team had to be, very excellent in offering a very good meaning, a very good content of his or her research to the audience. And also, I really need the illustration. I really need something, beside the content. Also with the communication skill, with the preparation, with the interaction, and certainly I myself and also Miss Taiha also have the choice already for our session. But actually, to me, all the delegates, all the presentation is the best for today. Is that you are the winner for today. You win yourself. You win, with our heart, our head, and I wish that me and Miss Taiha can have a chance to work with you guys in the very near future. Not only by the distance like this, we can work in real. You can come to my university, our university, to have some session, right, Miss Taiha? To have some event together with the students in the University of Economics and Finance. And you can see that our students really active like everyone. The MC Hoàng Kim, huh?
So, Dr. Bao Yang, what
is it active or crazy?
I'm sorry, what? What are the key factors for us to have a successful presentation? What are the key factors that helps you conduct a well-prepared article, such as our forums that we're having here?
Certainly about the content, right? About the content is the most important factor. The research should be very outstanding for the, for everything, for the detail, and then come with the communication skill come later. Han Kim, where are you?
All right, I'm right here. Calm down, right here. I know you're very eager to spend the Sunday night hour to yourself. We all are looking forward to it. And again, I utterly appreciate your patience until this very last moment of the firm 2021. And I know it has been a very, very long day, and it has been. It's Sunday. It's the day we should take a break from the stressful week, but yet you guys are still here. We are still here on the very different places in Vietnam, and even though around the world, we are still here from the very last moment. So once again, thank you for your patience, and we are very, very honored to have each and every one of you on the firm with us. Each and every one of you is a color. It's a unique color that makes us today, that makes the forum to the forum of 2021. And I hope that you guys inspired 2022, the forum for 2022. And thank you again. And I do hope that you guys can wait until the very last moment so we can know who are the best presenters. And let's wait and see, shall we?
So Kim,
save the best for last.
Can you release what's the prize of the best presentation?
Oh, you want the prize? I'm afraid I have to keep it to the very last moment. Just be patient. The best is for the last.
Okay. So now we wait for the signal from the live stream or something like that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a very exciting forum on a beautiful Sunday. And what could be better than ending the forum, ending the week with the Best Presenters Award? And we've had moments of intense discussion with the scientific councils. And the 5th International Student Science Forum 2021 was like 3 best presentations in terms of both content and forum from each topic. And may I present the best essay of topic 1 is... May I remind you, topic 1, we have the digital transformation in the new normal. Again, regardless of the results, each and every one of you did a very amazing job. And I do hope that you continue to keep your enthusiastic, to keep your love, your passion for looking for problems and be eager to solve each and every one of the problems. We need more people like you out there, the people who seek for problematic things around the world, issues around the world, and we tend to solve them for the next generation to make the world become a better place. And can I have some drum roll, please? And the best essay of topic number 1, digital transformation is the new normal, is congratulations, Đỗ Nguyễn Khánh Linh and Hà Minh Hằng on the article of how digital technologies contribute to global commerce transformation during COVID-19. You guys did an amazing job. This is what you guys deserve for your presentations and your times to prepare your articles, and this is so well deserved. I congratulate you one more time and have a good Sunday night. Okay, now moving on to section 2 and section 3. I won't be doing this on section 2 and section 3. I'll leave the harsh part for our councils here today, for Dr. Bao Yang and Miss Hai Ha will carry out the pressures for me, and please.
Lady first.
All right. Thank you, Hakim, and thanks the organizer for giving me such a great chance to do this. To be honest, I have never done this before, so I'm very excited. For the section 2, which is the technology to connect the world. So I would love to call the name for the best presentation is Dangerous Effects on TikTok on Children. Congratulations to authors Buma and Mai and So. I don't know if I pronounce your names correctly, but congratulations, and I believe that you will have a very good night today.
I'm Michael, and I'm very glad to share.
Can we see you? Can we see you?
Okay. Okay.
Oh, the camera
yes,
is showing
yeah.
something behind the scene.
This morning I had a test, so I must put this camera like this to see my full body and my make a.
So what kind of
my
examination to show full body?
I don't know, but they think that I will cheat. Okay, so I'm very happy to see this result. But Vũ Mai Anh is the wrong name. She is Vũ Mai Linh. So can we edit this her name? And thank you everybody to give me a chance to express my skills and a little bit.
Look, he's so nervous. I think he's so happy now.
Yes.
Yeah, I do apologize for my mistake. So sorry about that. And I believe that you guys are so happy now, right?
Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay, so it's my turn for the section 3, the last session.
Yes.
Okay, so before announcing the results, I would like to say thank you very much for the very interesting and very down-to-earth, very practical topic from Satyam with the topic automated car using artificial intelligence. I like it very much, and I think in the very near future he's become the billionaire, right? Like Edmund, like his model, idol. And I have to say thank you very much for the lady with the project protecting personal information of the consumer in e-commerce under EU regulation lesson for Vietnam, a lawyer in the very near future. I like the way she reacts. She answered right away with the question from Miss Taiha. And actually, I think her knowledge she has a very big knowledge on the law, with her answer. And I really, how can I say, I was defeated because of the two ladies from with the topic application of machine learning and the technical analysis in price trending, focusing Vietnam stock market. Even I'm not working, even now I'm not interested really much in the in stock market. But with their contribution, I think I have to change my mind because I can see the trend of the stock market, and then I can invest in the future. And with the very first presentation in the session 3, I have to say thank you very much. I remember maybe Huang, right? The name is the presenter is Huang. He and his team try to bring a very practical thing about the sex education for the secondary school, and the winner is Satyam for the topic automated car using artificial intelligence. And congratulations, the guy from India.
I'm so grateful, professors. Really grateful. Thank you so much for this one.
Yeah, you deserve to have that prize for your, for your full energy from the beginning of the session, not only, only for the session 3. So I think keep going on with that one, and I believe that you will take more and more success in the very near future. And this time I want to say something to the winner of the session 3.
Yeah, of course I want to say congratulations, and even for your presentation, for your paper, and also for great attitude and great behavior during the whole day today and until this moment. So I really hope to have a chance to meet, or just like to meet you guys in person. And congratulations, all of you.
Okay, thanks for your contribution for the conference for today.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, the organizer.
Thank you, all organizers as well.
Where are you, the MC?
I have to look for Kim again.
Hi. Hello, welcome back.
Okay.
And congratulations again to all the best presentations. Again, each and every one, you are excellent on yourself. And I do hope that you will conduct more and more articles, because I would personally love to hear from them, and as well as every councils that are here today. And I do hope that I'll keep inspiring the whole young generations on doing much more and fixing the world and making the world a better place for our younger generations. And for all the winners of each topic, please contact our committees. You will get a medal and a prize that compatible to your victories. And I do hope that we will have a section forum for 2022. And so that is it. The fifth Science Forum 2021 has come to an end with the theme Digital Era and Digital Seasons. And thank you all for sharing from leading experts in field of technology and digital transformation. And it is our honor having all of you today with us and spending the most quality time together on this very beautiful Sunday/weekend. Again, congratulations to all the articles, and I will see you soon, hopefully, on the 6th International Science Students Forum in 2022. Goodbye and have a good night. Stay safe, stay awesome. I love you.
Thanks, Nancy. Thanks, organizer.